Guys good?
Okay, thanks. So good morning and welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 27th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 13 of the procedure bylaw and emergency order M192. And so we're all participating remotely because of these, because of COVID. If my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until the meeting is, until the connection is restored. And the same holds true for council members if we lose connection during the voting process. Video of council members speaking, presentation, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. And council, please keep your video on to ensure that quorum is maintained. Of course, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and thank them for having cared for these lands and working in partnership with us as we continue to build this great city together. And as always, our staff is awesome. Everybody knows it, but it's worth saying, so I'm saying it here for council again. Thank you, staff, for everything you do. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato. Not on the call. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young. Not on the call. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Thank you.
Oh, there we are. Okay, great. Thanks very much. The public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or the YouTube link and to follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates. Any comments on the agenda items can be set to council using the web form on the
These ones
website.
down here aren't working.
Oh, and we have folks, if you can just mute. I hear people in the background. The link to the council comment web form is tweeted out at VanCityClerk. Also want to note that the city's longstanding commitment to equity and utmost respect for all genders remind council that when addressing staff and speakers, we avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. It takes a while to get a hang of that, so I'll do my best to provide a good example. Today we have 3 administrative items, 2 communication memos, 5 reports, 18 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, 5 members' motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. So the plan for today is we plow through until noon. We break from noon till 1 and then go in camera from 1 until 3, then come back at 3 to finish the rest of the agenda. Hoping council that we'll be done at 5 today. In camera, we're required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons are listed in the updated agenda. Someone like to move the motion to go in camera?
So moved. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you, seconder.
Councillor
Thank you, Councillor Carr for seconding. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks. Okay, we've got a bunch of minutes to get through, council, of 5 minutes. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the Auditor General Recruitment Committee. Are there any corrections? This is April 9th. And just verbally indication is fine. I don't hear any. Would someone like to move them?
So moved, Hardwick.
Thank you, seconder.
Second, DiGenova.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Those carry. Thanks very much. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the council meeting of April 13th. Any corrections? Just a verbal indication is fine. Someone like to move them?
So moved.
Thank
Second.
you, Councillor Reid. Councillor DeGenova, thank you. Favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks. Minutes are carried. Minutes 3 are from the public hearing of April 13th. Any corrections? Mover?
Kirby. So move. Oh, second.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, thank you. Second. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Carries. Thanks. Minute 4 are of the minutes following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of April 14th. Any corrections? Someone like to move them? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Second.
Watson.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, that carries. Thanks very much. Last one, minutes 5, public hearing of April 15th and 20th. Any corrections?
Move adoption.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, seconder.
Swanson.
Thank you. All in favor? Yay.
Aye.
Yay. Yay.
Okay. Any nays? Nope, that's carried. Thanks very much. Okay, council, we're moving to the consent agenda. If folks want to just put themselves on the question queue, if you'd like to hold an item, I will go down the list and call your name. So we have communications 1 and 2, reports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the consent agenda. I have Councillor Swanson. Do you want to hold one of these? Might be on
Number 4.
Number 4, which is the property tax distribution.
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Fry.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm having a bit of a lag here, but I'd like to hold the, I think it's administrative report number 1, the UNDRIP appointment.
Yeah, that's communication 1.
Yeah.
That's the task force. Okay. Thanks very much. Anybody else? I do think we have a presentation, if I'm not mistaken, on the COVID recovery. So also hold that item. That's report number 1. Great. So can I have a mover to adopt the others?
Motion to adopt the others on consent.
Thank
Second.
you.
Second.
Seconder, Councillor Dejanova. Great. Thank you so much. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest in any of these consent items? Just verbally is fine. Okay, I don't hear any, so I'll call yeas and nays, but I'll call them out first. We would be approving communication 2, changes to the 2021 council meeting schedule, report number 2, the property tax payment due date, report 3, the property tax exemptions, and property 5, the reclassification of 375 North Kootenay. Have a mover, any conflicts on those? Okay, so all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, thanks so much, council. So we have, I'll just go through it again. We have approved communication 2, changes to the 2021 council meeting schedule. Report number 2, 2021 main property tax payment due date. Property number 3, 2020 property tax exemptions. And property 5, proposed amendment to subdivision reclassification of 375 Kootenay Street. Great. So council, we are now going to move to hear questions first on the communication. Councillor Fry, you've held that item, so I'll put you on the queue for questions.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yep.
Yeah, I was hoping to make an additional nomination to the appointment with Councillor Wiebe, and I'm prepared to speak to that.
Okay, we need to have it moved and then move into debate. Have
So,
the report
yeah.
moved for the communication moved.
Happy to remove the report for the communication report. And
Okay, we need
Second.
a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Carr. All right, so Councillor Fry, I'll put you on the list to speak first. You have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm nominating Councillor Wiebe to be added to this task force. Obviously, I have a personal relationship with Mike, and I've known Mike for a number of years, and I know his commitment to the urban Indigenous folks and reconciliation. He was instrumental as chair of the park board from 2014 to 2018, getting the park board to adopt the UNDRIP as a reference framework for park board's reconciliation initiatives back in January 2016. He's also worked consistently with our staff to ensure that commitment as a city of reconciliation is moving forward, both at park board and at council. And I will note that he also has been championing colonial audit as part of that work. And I think Mike's commitment to this work and his relationships also in the context of Fraser River Basin work and daylighting streams and a lot of that kind of natural environment from a local perspective, I think is critical to this conversation, and I'm hoping to see Councillor Wiebe included in this.
Okay, Thank you. Councillor, so Councillor Fry, are you moving an amendment?
I'm moving an amendment to, do I need to put it in writing?
You do?
Okay, sure. Let me just
I'll
quickly do that.
second that amendment. Councillor DiGiova.
Let's wait for it to
Oh,
get around
sorry. Of
folks
course.
first and send to the clerks, and then we'll get it up on screen. Perhaps Councillor Fry, you can cede the floor to Councillor Kirby Young.
Happy to.
Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm hoping to ask a question of the mover through you, if I could.
Yes.
Councillor Fry, are you aware that other councillors had also submitted their expressions of interest through the call out for that through the Mayor's Chief of Staff?
I would have assumed that there possibly was.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you see any challenges with process. That there's other councillors, and I was one of them, who had put their name forward in interest and are, sort of respecting the protocol and the process that the mayor has followed the chosen to follow the practice of appointing based typically on seniority to these committees. I'm just wondering if you think it's good practice to do an appointment from the floor when I know that I had expressed interest, and there may be other councillors also that were not put forward.
Again, I'm going to highlight that I articulated Councillor Weeb's work on this particular in this file, and I'm really highlighting Michael's work, and I think that he would be an exemplary addition to this because of the work that he's been doing to date.
It's not a debate.
I don't know your experience.
Just a follow-up question on that. And do you think that we should all be providing our resumes? Because I actually was the park board chair when we adopted the UNDRIP that you had referenced, and I'm just wondering if you see an issue with this, if you would be happy for us to make amendments on the fly to all of the different appointments coming forward. Would you expect that council could now deviate from the process of appointing by seniority, or could change appointments and recommendations that are brought forward by setting this precedent?
No, this is my democratic prerogative. If you don't support it, you don't have to vote for it.
And we're kind of drifting into debate here. Any other points of information about this specific item, Councillor Kirby?
Yeah, I have one other. I wonder, Mayor, if you're able to indicate, share how many councillors had expressed interest in this committee?
I could check, but I know not everybody who expressed interest was recommended because the terms of reference are quite specific in the number that can be appointed.
Okay, but there were multiple councillors, is that right?
There were, yes.
There were. Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to ask first, I guess, as a point of information, if as you stated, Mayor, the terms of reference of the committee was pretty specific to the number of appointments, and I'll just say that that wasn't random. That was thought through in conversation with a number of people in order to largely get a balance between council voices and voices from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and to make sure that the task force wasn't overly weighted with council voices when the central purpose is to be listening to and collaborating on equal footing with MST. So I just am hoping to check and see, as a first question, if council is able to add an appointment now that conflicts with the terms of reference that was previously approved.
So you phrase it as a point of information, but is that a point of order, perhaps?
Yes, I don't have the number though, so I guess I might need to go back on the list to.
I don't think there's a specific clause to mention it. If you're asking a point of order there, you're just asking if it is consistent with the council's previous voted direction. Is that?
Yeah, that would be appreciated. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Council. I'll just have to take a minute and talk with the clerks and review that, but I will come back to you quickly.
answer is no.
Clerk, I'm having problems with my email right now, and I sent in the amendment by chat on WebEx. I hope that's sufficient. I'm going to have to restart, I think, to get my email working.
Thank you. We received it.
Thank you.
Voila.
Hi, Council. I have reviewed the terms of the motion that was passed, and just to read it here, it says that oh, sorry, just lost it. There it is. That this is a Type D committee. This is found in Appendix A of what was passed by Council. The committee is a Type D committee that will provide a report to the Mayor and Council upon completion. The committee will consist of up to 2 representatives from each of the 3 nations, along with Councillor Boyle, who was named in the report, and up to 3 other representatives from Mayor and Council. So this amendment would add a 4th, and so that is not what Council passed. So I'll have to rule this one out of order. Councillor Fry, you do have some time left on your clock, but I'm going to ask Councillor Boyle if she has anything else.
Yeah, I'll just say that I really appreciate Councillor Weeb's history and commitment on this issue. I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young's commitment and involvement. I think it's really significant that there is so much interest in being engaged in this work, and that's important because it will require all of council. It will come back to council. This is a big and important work that's just beginning, and so just want to lift up how important and moving I think it is that there is so much interest across council, and that I think that the task force can find ways to make sure that council gets lots of opportunities to engage in this work as it moves forward. So it will be supporting the recommendations that went through the process as we understood it would. Appreciate all of the support and interest that we're hearing. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Your connection's a little rickety, so I'll just bring that to your attention. I would suggest that Council, just to try to be helpful here, is that the committee, when it meets, could, for example, invite other councillors to sit at the committee without voting rights. That's one option. As well as perhaps allow for substitutions if that or the ability to delegate authority to others, so that those are other considerations to include others, because there may be requests from the nations too. So I've just perhaps suggest to the committee that there may be changes that need to be made as this evolves. So, but that's where we are at this point. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that I really believe in and think it's important to stand up, and I think Councillor Boyle said it well, for integrity around process. And there was a very well defined and articulated process for this specific committee in terms of reference, but also in general for all of our appointments. I think it's critical that we have consistency and transparency around those. And when we have sort of additions or amendments on the fly like this, I think that that's problematic to those who have indicated interest and have put their name forward. We already do have a process followed that the mayor determined fairly on in the term that follows seniority, and that often precludes a lot of councillors from participating in things that are significant interest to them, that they would like to participate and be part of. And because we are following that established process, that's just the reality of where we are. So to sort of move further and amend on the fly when everyone had a chance to put their name forward, but we know kind of the parameters within which this council is operating, I think it's problematic. And that's no comment on any specific individuals in good work that they are doing and desire and passion to sit on it. I think Councillor Boyle also referenced that it's a really positive thing that there is such a lot of interest in this. But for me, it's really around integrity in the process. So thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue. Councillor Fry, I wasn't sure if your computer's working. Did you?
I'm not able to connect. I'm able to stay onto WebEx, but that's about the only thing that I can do.
Would you like to finish your time, or are you good?
Yeah, sure. And just only briefly, I appreciate that this is not in order. I really just wanted to highlight, I know the extent to which Michael's been working on this file, and in particular on the Blue Ways and Fraser River stuff. I know he's been working significantly with the Musqueam as sort of custodians of this end of the Fraser especially. And I know that those are so important to Councillor Weeb's kind of perspective on a lot of this stuff. So I didn't mean to overstep the seniority argument. Really just saw Councillor Weeb as an asset to this work, and I'm sure he would welcome any opportunity to sit in on it, that's for sure. But thank you, and sorry to waste folks' time.
No problem. And again, just a reminder, when I was in Parliament, I used to not be on committees, but go and sit on them all the time to the great annoyance of my colleagues. So perhaps that's something that can happen here, is that councillors could sit in and perhaps ask questions and those kind of things, but that's up to the will of the committee. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'll call a vote on this moved and unamended report. If you need a vote assist, please let me know.
Councillor Domnett, I'll take a vote assist, please, in favor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry? Oh, we're going to have to pause the vote here. I just saw Councillor. Oh, you're back, Councillor Fry.
Can I get a vote assist in favor, please, Mayor?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, clerks. Great. Thanks, Council. The votes can pull it, clerks can pull that up on the voting screen. That has passed unanimously. The next report that was held was the COVID-19 Recovery Committee report back to Council. And City Manager, do we have staff that are able to present on this?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stewart. Good morning, morning, Council. Obviously, Council, the Council COVID Recovery Committee convened last spring and provided staff with direction in July of last year. One of those directions was to come back and report out on the work that had been undertaken pursuant to the direction from that committee. That's the report that we have for you today. We're a bit late on the timing of that, but we are here now today, and Karen Levitt, our Deputy City Manager, is going to walk through a brief presentation kind of outlining all of the work, significant work that was done following on the work of your committee and the direction that we received. So with that, I'll turn it over to Karen. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. So as City Manager shared, I've got a brief presentation. I'm just going to share my screen with you and just provide an overview of the rather lengthy report you have in front of you today, talking about what the city has done over the past year to contribute to COVID recovery. Just going to speak for about 10-15 minutes just to give you a brief overview. There's much more information in the report than I'm going to share with you verbally today. So today's presentation is twofold. It's first of all to update you on generally what the city has done in terms of community and economic recovery from the pandemic impacts over the past year, and then specifically to report back on the Council COVID Recovery Committee, CCRC for short, report that was published in July of 2020. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the pandemic impacts in our city. Everybody is well aware of the social, economic, and economic impacts in the city. Unemployment dipped down as low as 13% last summer and is recovering at this point, as are the number of jobs lost and other economic statistics. Vacant office space was down by almost 40% through to September 2020. It's back up now to about 26%, and a very significant increase in racially motivated and hate crimes in the city, as with most cities in the world. So I want to focus today not on the bad news, but on the better part of the news. I'm just going to refer you to this report in case you haven't had a chance to look at it yet. This was published a couple of months ago by our Vancouver Economic Commission, and it's a very thorough discussion of where we are with our economic recovery, and in terms of the variability of that recovery among different groups of people and different sectors. Just a nice piece of work that you might want to look at. Before I jump into what we've been doing, I just have to get one definition out of the way, and that's response versus recovery. They are used kind of interchangeably here in the city. Staff uses them differently. Response is more to do with the immediate acute response to issues, risks, and impacts. And we're doing that primarily through our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, although much of that work is also happening within the departments at this point. As you know, our EOC is still.
About the printer?
Sorry, somebody's not muted.
Folks to mute, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. So our EOC is in the longest activation it's ever been in, I think, in history, and is still responding to our very acute third wave at this point. Recovery term actions to support community recovery, build, what been lost or dropped. We do have some gray area in the middle where these activities overlap. Just wanted to load our staff as I go through this presentation. You're going to see that we've done a tremendous amount of work over the past year in both of these spaces, and our staff has worked diligently and hard and long hours and really thrown their heart and soul into helping Vancouver with both the pandemic response and recovery. So as our city manager just mentioned, back in May, which feels a long time ago, Council created a committee of the whole called the Council COVID Recovery Committee, comprised of all council members, and through the summer of 2020, heard presentations from over 25 experts and stakeholders on a selected set of recovery-related themes. These were the guiding questions for the CCRC, really focused around what we could take within our mandate as a city to support businesses reopening and residents returning to work and play and just normal lives in the city. How we could create a new normal, rethinking some of the things as we bring them back, with some specific references to economy, to resilience, to health, and so on. And then a couple of other questions you'll see at the bottom. So here's the list of speakers Council heard from back in June and July of last summer, and I'm not going to go through in detail these speakers, but I'll just point out that there was 4 categories or themes that Council, the CCRC focused on, and that was economic recovery and complete communities, the role of municipal government, housing and homelessness, and the climate emergency. So there was 124 speakers' recommendations in all that were included in the final CCRC report. And staff did a pretty thorough look at these recommendations, and you'll see in the Appendix D of the report in front of you a staff response to every single speaker's recommendation. And the response really entails what we're doing or what we've already done in that space, and assigned 1 to 4 categories to it. So you'll see that about 1/5 of the speaker's recommendations have already been done and completed by the city. Another 2/3 almost are underway, or on our work plan. A small slice is on our work plan and not yet initiated. And then there's about 10% that we already looked at and for various reasons have not advanced. Every item will have a different story about why that's the case. But you'll see, I think what you'll take from this graph here is that the vast majority of work that was recommended by the CCRC speakers is on the city's work plan and is underway. So alongside the CCRC, is set up a COVID economic and community recovery program very early in the pandemic. And this was work just making sure that we were all organizing ourselves early on to focus on recovery. And we organized ourselves into 7 work streams. There was a business recovery work stream, community recovery, which was aligned with the work we were already doing on the Vancouver plan at that time. A specific focus on nonprofit and social enterprise recovery under the GM of Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Also under that GM, work very specifically focused on populations that have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Work on our development and permit process improvements, again, work that was underway before the pandemic hit, but became very much more important for 2 reasons. One is we had to completely change the way we were doing that work as we closed our public-facing service desks. And secondly, the fact that our construction and development industry are such an important part of the local economy, we needed to make sure that that was under this umbrella. Senior government advocacy also work we were still doing, we were doing before the pandemic, but the focus became very much pandemic relief as the pandemic came upon us. And then stimulus funded projects early on in the pandemic, we didn't know what kind of senior government funding would be coming and what we needed to do to prepare for it and spend it as effectively and efficiently as we could. So we had a pretty big effort focused on just that. And then, of course, through all these streams, we had woven in the theme of Indigenous recovery. So I'm just going to briefly go through the categories, a few categories of recovery. So you'll see 5 themes in the report. The first one being just core municipal services. I think it's really important to note that everything we do at the city here supports recovery. And so you'll see a highlight on some of the important public-facing work that we are doing to enable parks and recreation access, library services, fire, senior government funding, and so on. Just to highlight a couple of them. Library and community centers at this point have mostly fully resumed service. Again, we're now watching the health orders in this 3rd wave. Public service desks still have limited operation, and in most cases, the work we were doing in person across a desk is now being done through a computer screen. Civic theaters still has only had a limited restart because the entertainment industry has not been able yet to fully restart under the current pandemic conditions. But I think it's safe to say that across the whole city, pretty much everything we're doing has a pandemic recovery and response focus to it. There's not a day that goes by where the city isn't doing an awful lot to support response and recovery throughout the organization. Business and local economy recovery. So I'm not going to go through these. You'll see in the report 20 different initiatives and programs described in Appendix C. Just to focus on a couple of them, we back in April, a year ago, created the Business Communication and Support Portal, which was a single point of contact for business to come into the city and ask all kinds of questions. We received over 19,000 business inquiries through 311 to that portal, and the website was accessed over 3,000 times in the past year. As well, in June of 2020, Council passed a motion to advance business support and liaison, and the city and staff is working to advance work on that. Everybody, I think, will be aware of the temporary expedited patio program, which has been very successful. To October of 2020, we had issued 415 temporary patio permits. And as you know, the program council opted to extend the program through to October 2021. And we're currently advancing the summer permit review renewals, which will be in place till that October 2021 deadline. Open with Care campaign. This was again something earlier in the pandemic, after the first shutdown, where the business associations of BC created a very thoughtful Open with Care campaign to support businesses as they opened up their businesses in the pandemic situation. The city provided design and translation services, and importantly had these materials translated into, I think, about 5 or 7 languages. You'll see listed on the slide here: Chinese, it's simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, Punjabi, Tagalog, and Vietnamese. And we also promoted this program and partnered with BC Business Associations of BC to make sure the materials got out as widely as they could. Another very big achievement for the city during this time was our move to electronic permit processing and inspections, and that includes document reviews and meetings through a virtual platforms, urban design panel and development permit board meetings done online, and then initiated virtual open houses for rezoning applications. So rather than a single 3-hour in-person meeting or a open house, we now have 3-week periods for the public to view the proposal, ask questions, and receive responses within a couple of business days. As of March last month, we have hosted 69 virtual open houses with over 60,000 visits from people to view and comment on what's being proposed. Equity, diversity, and community well-being. Lots and lots to say here as well. I'm not going to go into detail on the key initiatives and programs you'll see listed in Appendix C, but again, just to highlight a couple for council at this time. The Making Streets for People program, you can see all around the city. We've divided it into a few different subcomponents. There's the Slow Streets component where we've designated over 40 kilometers of our streets to give people more space to exercise and hang out. The Room to Move program was space for providing space for business customers, pedestrians, and bus passengers. Room to Queue, anybody who's doing anything in the city knows that often we have to line up to get into a store or a shop, and the city's provided space on sidewalks and sometimes roads for people to do that. And just a lot of repurposed street space to allow people to use various forms of transportation and getting around. Pop-up plazas, parklets, extended sidewalks, and bus priority measures, working with TransLink on those. City's done much to support the social and nonprofit agencies and childcare operators in the cities, and just a few things highlighted on this slide. Over 600 grants totaling over $24 million to support our most impacted communities. We've procured about $27 million in goods and services from nonprofit and social enterprises in 2020. A youth and sports grant to help younger people return to play through $140,000 of grant funding. And more recently, advancing the Special Enterprise Pilot Program to allocate $500,000 to support heritage and community serving businesses, nonprofits, and social enterprises in Chinatown and the downtown east side. Again, a lot and a variety of supports for people disproportionately impacted by COVID. I'm not going to cover everything on this slide, but much increased outreach to homeless people to help them with income, housing, and supports. A new Wish shelter site for sex workers. A temporary parklet in the downtown east side to support the community managed alcohol program. And much work already done on additional washroom trailers where they're needed throughout the city, and that's work that's still going on. Under the theme of housing and affordability, again, Appendix C will give you the details of the programs, but a couple of highlights to share with you here. We've been successful in attracting some significant senior government funding through the Rapid Housing Initiative to support over 100 new affordable housing units, and $6.5 million from the federal Reaching Home program. Council several months ago, back in October, allocated $30 million to emergency COVID relief for unsheltered Vancouver residents, and again, a focus on expediting regulatory processing for affordable housing. Climate change, last theme. Really, I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but Council's well aware of the Climate Emergency Action Plan and all the work we're doing through that effort, which aligns with pandemic recovery. So looking forward, we are going to, the best we can, carry on delivering our municipal service programs and initiatives with a focus still, we rather naively at the beginning of the pandemic thought there was some sort of chronology where we would deal with pandemic response, and once the emergency was over, we would get to focus on recovery and then weave resilience through it all. But the fact of the matter is we're doing all three of these at once, and that's what we're going to keep doing. At this point, as I said at the beginning, the notion of response, recovery, and resilience is really woven into our everyday work pretty much in all city services. And that's what we plan to keep doing as the pandemic hopefully comes to a close soon and we can help Vancouver really get to a full recovery, both in terms of community and economy. So I'm going to end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I do have a bunch of questions from council. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mayor. And let me just start by saying thank you. What a great piece of work. It was a lot of work, the Council COVID Recovery Committee, and a pleasure to work with you on this. But to see it actually summarized in this document, it's very rewarding, and my sincere appreciation and thanks to all staff who've worked on this, and I know there's many. So I've got a lot of questions on Appendix D, which are the specifics, right? So my first one, I'm just going to go in the order that they come up in that appendix. Staff are considering food production policy directions as one element of a food system resilience in the Vancouver plan or through the Vancouver plan. Yes to that. I note that there are limited, it notes there are limited increases in community gardens, farms, union land costs. What about the reallocation that council has prompted of 11% of our streets? Can some of these are neighborhood streets? Can some of that be used for, and our staff contemplating the use of some of those street spaces for gardens and local food production, community-based, neighborhood-based food production?
Thank you. And through the mayor, I failed to mention at the beginning of my presentation that we have a number of staff on the call today, all of who have been absolutely central in delivering the work we've been delivering. And so one of the staff, I'm going to refer that question, please, to Mary Claire Zach, under whom this food policy lives.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. And yes, Council asked for consideration as part of Vancouver Plan and also as part of the changes to Vancouver Streets. So that could be certainly a possibility.
Okay, I think that a lot of people are thinking about food security, so and cooking
Absolutely.
more. So that'd be great. Great, thank you. Second question, the Vancouver Economic Commission. Excuse me, I can't see my timer, Mayor. Could you let me know just a little bit before I answer so I can move for a second round of questions?
Sure, you're on just 3 minutes left.
Thank you. Page 3, so number 8, the VEC is launching a new program, Project Greenlight, to support local green businesses, including zero carbon goods and services. I don't necessarily need an answer now, but I'm wondering if council can get a briefing on that program. It sounds fascinating, and I'd love to dig a little deeper into what's being proposed there.
Thank you. We have the acting CEO of the VEC on the call, and we'll just take that away and through the city manager, get back to council on that.
Maybe there could be just a quick response. Is that a good idea?
Oh,
Would they appreciate a briefing?
Elena Marley, can you respond to that, please?
Hi, it's Alina here. Yeah, really happy to provide a briefing, and we'll do that by memo or direct to council through City Manager's office.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Third question is page 4, number 13 point. Advocate to senior governments to grow and train the workforce for retrofits. The answer from staff talked about how the City of Vancouver is working with BCIT on that. Can you remind me how many people we train up? That's my first question. And is it on retrofits? And secondly, are we advocating for significantly more resources from the federal and the provincial government or programs from them on training workers in retrofits?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I'll refer this question to Doug Smith, our Director of Sustainability.
Thank you, Karen. This is Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. Good question, Councillor. So the first part is I will get back to you with the numbers as far as staff that we have trained up. Mostly right now it's training up on passive house type designs for new buildings, and we're just getting into the retrofits, both with BCIT and we're also having conversations with Vancouver Community College as well. For the second half of the question, we are advocating quite strongly with the province and the federal government to provide more funding for training.
Great, thank you. I'm very happy to hear that because that's going to be a big part of our economy, actually, in recovery, and our climate action. Mayor, can I move for a second round of questions at this
Can
time?
we have a seconder on that?
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks. We got a second round. You do just have 10 seconds left, so I'm going to move on.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've got a few questions. I'll try to go through them quickly. The first one, it really relates to sort of the restaurant sector and going back to the patio program. Also, at a recent council meeting, we had an amendment looking at forgiving patio fees for 2021. I wonder if staff have an update on the status of looking at that at this point.
Thank you. I'm going to refer that question to Mr. Leclerc, the city's city engineer.
Good morning, Lon Leclerc, city engineer. Yes, we will be reporting to council next month on that, and so you can expect that report shortly.
Okay, and follow up on that, Mr. McClare. What is the communication to restaurants in the meantime that have received those patio bills?
I don't know that we've actually sent out anything specific to the restaurants right now, but we will be sending out once the council report is approved in May.
Okay, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for communications. I do know some restaurants that have received those bills, so perhaps that staff can take that away. My next question relates to public space and pop-up plazas and the motion to continue with the TEP program this year, given the extension of COVID. Really spoke to the opportunity to build up more pop-up plazas. I believe that there's a call out to BIAs to do that. I'm wondering what the status is if we're looking at the ability to have additional plazas this year, and looking beyond the pandemic, if we're able to start putting sort of a little bit more investment in these because they have been so popular and something that people would love to see extend beyond the pandemic.
Thank you. Also back to Lon Leclerc.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we have a lot of interest in pop-up plazas, and so we'll be seeing a lot more of them this year. All of them actually do have the potential to kind of evolve to a kind of a more semi-permanent state if the business area is interested in that, and if they want them to be in place year-round, where we could bring in concrete measures or things like that, which are more permanent. That really depends on location by location. And just to let you know, I got information to confirm, yes, we are planning May 18th for the report back on waiving the patio fees. And then we'll follow up with an email to the businesses.
Thank you. Lon, when you say we'll see quite a few more this year, are you able to sort of give us, I don't know if you have this handy, sort of how many we had sort of last summer and how many we might expect this summer, just generally speaking?
I can get a quick check on that and get back to you as soon as I have that information.
Okay, that would be super. Thank you. Switching gears, and I realize this is a question under Port Board jurisdiction, but it's something that has really Vancouverites wanted. So when the discussions have come up with respect to people being able to have a beverage, an adult beverage outside, and being trusted to enjoy that responsibly, we heard loud and clear that where they want to do that is parks fell under the Park Board. They had a snafu procedurally and legislatively last year. I'm wondering if staff are aware if they've made progress and we'll be able to see that in time for this summer.
I'm going to ask the city manager if he has any information on that.
My apologies. I didn't catch the question. Sorry about that.
It was with respect to the Park Board, if we have a status update, if they've made progress over the legislative snafu that they had last time with enabling drinking in parks, and if that's something Vancouverites might expect to see this summer.
Yeah, we're certainly in touch with, and thanks for, sorry about the delay in answering your question. Yeah, we're in touch with the province. Obviously, we don't know the legislative calendar. They're alive to the issue, but I don't have a specific time frame at this point as to where the province is at on that charter amendment.
Actually, I believe Tobin Posma, our Director of Intergovernmental Relations, has an answer.
Hi there. Yeah, so we've been in close contact with the province and Minister Eby's staff around this, and so they are, they've assured us that they are looking to put forward that amendment to the Liquor Control Act in this legislative session. So that ends, I believe, June 17th. So we don't know when it will happen, but we've been given assurance by their staff that this is something that they're really hoping to put forward in this session, spring session.
Thank you. That's good to hear. I know a lot of people were disappointed last summer because that's really where they wanted to be. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, oh, sorry, I cleared the queue by accident. I remember Councillor, sorry, I don't know who was next. I think I saw Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Weave, and I'm sorry if I missed somebody else who wrote and Councillor Fry. Councillor Dejanova up to 5. Councillor Dejanova?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I'm experiencing some technical difficulties, so I've taken myself off the queue while I try
Okay,
and sort
sure.
those out.
No
I'm gonna
problem.
try to
Councillor
jump
Weave.
back on. Thanks.
Councillor Weave up to 5.
Yeah, first of all, thanks staff. There's a lot of amazing work here. And I guess the first question is, how are we going to make sure that the public gets to understand all the work and amazing stuff that was done over the last little bit and what they can see moving forward in recovery? So what's our communications plan on this work?
Through the chair, there is a information bulletin going out today covering this report. So that's our primary strategy for letting the public know about this report today.
Okay, I just see there's a lot of amazing little sections that could be taken out and kind of put out with our new communications team to really kind of showcase and highlight the amazing work that staff has done. I have a couple questions. One is on number 57, and this is talking about making housing a human right in Vancouver. And I'm just wondering if we could speak to why we don't see that as something we want to move forward or advance as a city of Vancouver.
Do we have Dan Garrison on the phone in the meeting today?
Yes, we do. I'm here.
Could I ask you to respond to this?
Sure. Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Weeb. And I do want to clarify that staff do see a human rights-based approach to housing as a very important aspect of our collective response as a society to housing. I think our note in the report about not including it in the way that it was recommended by the committee is around the piece related to a charter amendment to enshrine housing as a human right in the charter. And really where that comes from is we would like to see, as part of our advocacy work, the federal government, who has begun through the National Housing Strategy to take a rights-based approach to housing, and the provincial government, who have much larger fiscal capacity to actually action a right to housing, to take that action first and then have municipalities follow that lead. We have absolutely no problem with municipality, municipal governments, FCM, UBCM, and the City of Vancouver pushing for a rights-based approach to housing. And in fact, Housing Vancouver does speak to that. But we do think that the leadership there, particularly fiscally, has to come from the senior levels of government. That's the rationale for the response.
Okay, but you do see a role in the City of Vancouver pushing to include this as much as possible in provincial and federal jurisdiction, as well as making sure that people know that that is one of the foundations that the City of Vancouver is striving and hoping to get.
Yeah, I would say that that's accurate in terms of how we're looking at it, both in terms of pushing federally and provincially, and also in terms of taking actions that are within municipal jurisdiction to try to move that forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that answer. My second one's on number 86, and this is the optimizing local food systems. I really appreciate the work being done on urban farming and some of the other stuff that's been showcased in this report. I just recognize that food systems and food security has been a big issue here for recovery. I'm wondering the food hub concept and recognizing the importance of food production here in Vancouver. Can we get an answer on really kind of expanded answer on why we don't think that we should move forward with this idea or concept?
I'm going to again ask Mary Claire Zach, our Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects, to respond to this. Sorry, Mary Claire.
Sorry about that. Just having trouble logging on. In concept, it's a good idea. I think that we need to probably take a look at the partners and the availability of space that we might have available to us to do that work. I think right now there are other initiatives that we can move forward on, but it is something that we can still contemplate, but it's not as much in the immediate future.
But is that something that we could put on a work plan, but not yet initiated, is something that we could see down the road? Because I do think it is an important need here for the city of Vancouver.
It is something that we could contemplate. It certainly was we had contemplated earlier, and I don't think it's off of our radar. We could be looking at exploring it again, certainly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Really appreciate this report today.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also appreciative of this report and all the work that's gone into it, and across sectors and silos. That's super great. I also had some questions that Councillor Weeb just sort of touched on with the food systems and the need for a food hub. And I guess my one follow-up to that is, do we have a sense, because now that things have really moved forward in earnest on the hospital campus, as predicted, land values are rapidly accelerating, and the longstanding concern that the what we refer to as produce row along Malkin may be increasingly fragile as those land values increase. Do we have any contemplation of what the landscape might look like if we start to see further impacts on those produce terminals, and the need for the kind of food system hub that we see articulated in this that addresses commercial and other uses?
Thank you. Again, I'll ask Mary Claire Zach to respond.
That's actually probably a better response coming from planning during the economic work that they've done on the flats, but I can take that back and get a better response for you, Councillor Fry.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, I appreciate that. I guess then my other question on item M66, which was the audit of distressed assets, and I appreciate the answer that Jerry Evans gave for this report, but I'm curious if we aren't able to compile that kind of list of distressed asset for the information of council, whether or not that should be an in-camera kind of disclosure, or if there is any availability for council to review this kind of a list.
I'm going to ask Nick Kassam if he's in the meeting to respond to this, please. I'm sorry, I don't know that we have a representative from real estate department on the call today, Councillor Fry. We'll get back to you with a response to that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you then. That's it then. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much. Can you hear me okay? Okay, you were all echoing a little bit before, so I just wanted to check. I wanted to ask specifically about childcare, and actually this is something that I was just drafting an email to the city manager on. I understand that council was supposed to receive a report back some time ago on some of the actions to look at breaking down barriers for childcare operators to start providing more childcare and to be able to really take advantage of more of the subsidies offered by the province and federal government. It's great that we have money coming in for capital costs, but operators right now just can't find immediate space in the city of Vancouver. So just wondering, I mean, is this in any way going to complement or in fact take away from the work that's already being done? How do we see that moving forward in a direction, considering childcare is a top priority of council? And I understand that motion coming, the report back and recommendations at looking at sort of centralizing licensing and providing incentives for the development community and builders is over a year and a half overdue now, if not two. Actually, I think it's two.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll ask Mary Claire Zach again to respond to this one.
Hi, happy to respond. Thank you for the question. Staff have been working on the various components of that motion and memo, and are planning to actually report back to you fairly shortly on an update in terms of progress made around that.
Okay, thanks. And just in sort of furthering that question, asking not specifically just about that motion, it was about how is this work going to work together with that and collaborate to move forward? Like, are there any benefits that we've seen? I know that certainly we have seen benefits in the funding that's come forward from the federal government, from provincial governments, as it's downloaded to provincial governments to serve municipalities. Is there anything perhaps, in looking at sort of, as I've heard it called before, the silver lining of COVID, is there anything that we're going to see for, to help benefit those families who are in need of care?
I think there could be many, many benefits. Of course, the federal announcement was just, I think it was last week. So we'll just have to see how that rolls out and our continued partnership with the provincial government. As council is probably also aware, it's in the report that we've actually applied to the federal government for a program to test out outdoor space and making use of outdoor space for before and after school care. So we're very excited about that and looking forward to a response from the provincial, from the federal government on that proposal.
That is pretty cool, and props to staff for that as well. Also, in looking at some of the vulnerable and marginalized populations that we've seen and heard a lot about through COVID-19, and as we consider recovery, I'm just wondering, what work have you been doing with our emergency services? In tandem or in partnership with the Vancouver Police Department, with Vancouver Fire and Rescue, to support and uplift some of the 4 pillars, but also to look at, people, especially we've heard about women and children in vulnerable situations in our city, and not really understanding the breadth of that myself, but knowing that that's happening and hearing from organizations that had been mentioned. I'm just wondering, how are we working together with our partners in emergency services to make sure that we're doing what we can to address any, and provide extra services and resources?
Well, certainly in response to VPD as well as fire and rescue and ambulance, they are part of the community action team, which has been formed to help us respond together with people who use illicit drugs to the overdose response and crisis. So that work is ongoing. We are working on an exemption from Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, as council is aware, and working very closely with Vancouver Fire Police Department on that particular response. And we liaise regularly around issues around, for example, sex worker safety and safety for women with the VPD as well.
Okay, and some of the issues I was also referencing are about domestic violence and the absolutely terrible and heart-wrenching child exploitation that we hear about through studies across our country.
Just that
Unfortunately, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see my time, Mr. Mayor.
there's
It's
the second
overlapped,
round
so
up.
I'll go back on the queue. Perhaps staff can answer that then. Thank you.
Okay, I do see a couple of councillors that have not asked first round of questions. Councillor Kirby Young, I think. I don't think you've asked a question yet, so please go ahead.
I actually have, Mayor, so this I can wait for my second round.
Oh, okay, thanks. Councillor Weeb, I think you asked a first round.
I have.
Councillor Bly, I don't think you have.
Thanks, Mayor. No. Yeah, a number of my questions have been asked, and so more of a high level question in terms of how this committee functioned, setting some high level objectives and then having sort of expert speakers come and speak to us on those specific topics that then resulted in sort of a well-informed direction that the committee then sort of ratified, and staff were able to reconcile that with current work and get started on some initial projects. It seemed like a pretty positive way for us to be working together. And I just wonder if staff have any ideas about how we can leverage this type of model, if this is something that we ought to adopt in our procedure bylaw as a way to work together on specific large projects that sort of stretch or have a broad reach across many different sectors and domains. Just trying to get some feedback from staff that this was a bit of a test pilot because we're in very unique circumstances, and how we could learn from this and better leverage working together through this type of model potentially in the future?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and I'll respond with a couple of thoughts, and also ask the city manager to weigh in on his thoughts. I think there was some real great value to this approach in that council got to pick the experts and stakeholders they wanted to hear from, and it was very direct. It was very quick. You know, in these early pandemic days, we were all doing things very quickly with a lot of agility, and it gave those people that were invited a platform to speak to council, which I think they really appreciated. And council gleaned, I think, a lot of really valuable information about, at least from that specific subset of speakers, what was important for the city to be focusing on right now. So I think it was a good experience for council, and it was a good experience for the speakers. I would say, as Councillor Carr mentioned at the beginning, it was a lot of work. And I think there's ways to streamline the staff work involved and the work for council members. In particular, there was a small group of council members who did the heavy lifting around all the administrative, back of house kind of administrative work, and the writing the report and so on. It was also a lot of work for our clerk, who had to staff a series of extra meetings, our clerk's office. So I think if council were interested, we could do kind of a thorough analysis and come back with what we thought worked well and where we thought there might be improvements to this model. But I'd ask the city manager to weigh in with his thoughts on this.
Thanks, and I would agree. I think obviously the first and foremost, it's for council to determine the utility of this type of approach. I think it does involve effort, certainly on the part of council. So I think calibrating when to do this, a lot of the type of work that you did here, council, directly would be work that staff would typically do in the background and then bring you the product of. But I can see there are circumstances in which council engaging directly with the substance, the content experts and so on, is worthwhile. So I think it's the primary question is when that makes sense and when council actually has capacity to do that. Of course, you spent a lot of time on this. And as Karen indicated, both in terms of the management of the process and actually going through and listening to it. So I think we can continue to help and work with you to refine it. And it's a question for council of when this type of approach makes sense, where the subject matter warrants that type of investment.
Okay, well,
Sorry,
yeah.
if I could just weigh with one other thought, because it was done so quickly and with so much agility, the selection of speakers was done quickly as well. And one concern I would have is the representativeness, if that's a word, of who came to speak to in the end, because we're putting a lot of weight on what we heard, but it was a very relatively quickly selected set of speakers.
Yes, I appreciate that. And so one maybe perhaps follow up, as you had mentioned, if it was of interest to council, is around sort of a post-mortem. A lot of that heavy lifting needed to happen as an inaugural type of committee in this way. But when I think of something like the Vancouver plan, for example, that breadth of content is so extensive that I'm just curious if we can learn from this and better leverage this to coalesce as a council and really get some heavy lifting done through this type of model. So I'll just maybe leave that comment there unless staff have something to say to that, but certainly hearing more broadly on how this could be made more efficient and I'd be interested to see that for sure.
Thank you. We can get back to council with a memo on that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think we're into round 2 now. So we have Councillor Dejanova for up to 5.
Thanks very much. Just an answer to the last question. I really appreciate the work that staff had already mentioned that they were doing with WISH and other organizations, and I think that that's so important. But also just wondering, especially with that focus on children and other vulnerable and marginalized groups, perhaps people, and especially we're hearing about women and people who identify as women who are perhaps in unsafe spaces and places. How are we working with the Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver Fire and Rescue, and our other partners, nonprofits in the community to together deal with that? Is there a possibility staff could answer sort of if there's a way that there's collaboration between all of those organizations to pull them together?
Thank you. I'll refer that to Mary Claire Zach, please.
Thank you. We liaise regularly with the Vancouver Police Department, who also in turn,
You're a little faint.
Is this better?
Yep, please go ahead.
So we have regular liaison with the Vancouver Police Department around issues around safety generally, particularly around women, as well as sex worker safety. And some of the examples of some of the work that we have done is provided support to Downtown Eastside Women's Center to expand their space. We've also increased funding for groups that specifically work with women in domestic violence situations, such as Battered Women Support Services and Against Violence Against Women. So those are a couple of examples. Roughly 23% of our funding goes towards women and women serving organizations. And we've also provided, since 2020, almost $4 million in childcare grants. That's above and beyond the capital that these businesses were operating.
Okay, and does that include families? Could you just elaborate, like, and include, children who perhaps have experienced trauma, be, because of exploitation or because of abuse in the home? Once, you know, uh, that's something that's known about either through our work with the school board. Just thinking about the fact that, there are a number of different ways that these issues come to light, and just wondering if that's something that there's an approach as to how you meet with these other organizations to discuss these topics and include everyone.
Well, I think one of the things that COVID has taught us is our reliance on the NPO sector to provide services to community. Certainly, we've seen that happen and continue to do that and work with them in partnership. As far as child and youth exploitation, we do provide funding to Children of the Street Society. We do provide funding to a number of child and youth organizations, family centers, that kind of thing. I think certainly get you the
That's
data
great.
on
And I know that there's others like Covenant House that do great work in the community as well.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much. And I know that you really are working 100% of the time and even more on these issues that continue to arise, and sort of the numbers that I've seen are shocking as to what, how those numbers have gone up in COVID. I did want to ask also about the work that staff are doing. I understand that there's a lot of work that's being done on inequity and BIPOC issues, but specifically on combating the anti-Asian hate and racism that we're seeing in our city, and especially considering the very concerning numbers. I think it's over 800% increase in violence and crimes towards people who are or identify as Asian. If there's any way that staff could comment on the work that you're doing with the Vancouver Police Department and nonprofits or other organizations, specifically in Chinatown.
Thank you. I don't believe we have a representative from the police department here today, but I'm going to ask Mary Claire Zach to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, we've just hired up in terms of having staff to do the work and the many different motions that this council has taken.
Sorry, you are very faint. I was going to say you're very faint. Difficult for us to hear you.
Is that better? Hopefully.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Many motions that council has taken leadership on to address racism in our city, and specific to the anti-Asian racism, we've done some work with both community as well as VPD to really try to understand what some of the issues are, and what we're finding is that there is a gap of awareness in the reporting, how to go about reporting, and what happens once those reports are actually heard. So this is a piece of work that we are going to be prioritizing as we get our staff on board in working with the agencies. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5. You may be on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of other questions, and it's really specifically sort of looking ahead in terms of the continuation of COVID and all the sort of shifting timelines around vaccination and when we'll have herd immunity and what kind of activities can resume. And I'm thinking specifically around our arts and culture and our tourism sectors, which have been specifically hard hit. I'm wondering if staff can comment. I know it's hard not to have a crystal ball around what we think we're looking at in terms of things like civic theaters reopening, how we might be supporting the arts and culture sector. I know that we advanced grants, for example, this year earlier, but it's quite realistic that we may not have a full season as we know it in terms of the ability to open. And I'm wondering if staff can speak to that. Let's start with arts before we get into tourism.
Thank you. I'm going to refer that question to Bronislav Henselman, our Managing Director of Culture.
Thank you so much. Bronislav Henselman, Managing Director of Cultural Services. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So, as you mentioned yourself, Councillor Kirby-Young, we actually don't have a crystal ball, but what we do have is actually a very extensive network that reaches across the country. And in fact, actually, as we speak right now, the Canadian Arts Summit has started and is discussing exactly those issues. Later this week, we have a funders table where we will be discussing various initiatives that we're putting in place to help the sector. But one of the most important ones is actually really looking at the funds that we have at hand and pivoting them, just like we did, to address some of the most immediate concerns that are coming out of the COVID pandemic. And the best way for us to do that is actually to keenly listen to what the community has to say to us. So we've been working very closely with Vantage Point, with Vancouver Foundation, and with the Greater Vancouver Theatre Alliance to adjust every single grant intake to really respond in a meaningful way to what the community needs at any given time. In terms of the timing, we really cannot say anything right now. We are preparing an intake and we'll be coming to council for a deliberation very soon for the theater rental grants, just like every other year. And in case the theaters don't open, say by September, we will be repurposing those grants for other modes of either streaming or outside performances, etc.
Okay, thanks, Bronislav. So follow-up question on that, and this might be for the Deputy City Manager. We always left the door open. I appreciate Councillor Blythe's comments earlier about sort of the learnings from the committee, but we also left the door open to reconstitute this committee if need be. And I guess I'm wondering with respect to tourism, attraction of events, arts and culture, if we feel the work that staff has underway is going to yield some specific strategies that will come back to council, or if there would be value in reconstituting the committee focusing on those sectors.
It would really be up to council whether council think there's value in reconstituting the committee. I would let Bronislav respond to whether he think there'd be value in hearing more from stakeholders and experts than staff is already doing. So Bronislav, can you weigh in on that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I would say that, as mentioned, the networks that we have that already exist and some of the roundtables that a province has been gathering have been incredibly useful and informative in how we are moving forward. Maybe the feedback loop could be actually that we provide some of that information to council, but I would actually say that in this case, the platforms already exist and they're very, very effective. But if council has specific questions or would like to receive a certain information, we'd be more than happy to channel it and provide it.
Thank you. Sorry, if I could, also to note that the Vancouver Economic Commission is another avenue where there's very extensive networks with experts and stakeholders that we could prepare a briefing for council. Maybe that's a way to get at what you're asking.
Yeah, I would value and appreciate that because I think it's, you know, the tourism and arts and culture, the sectors have been really particularly, you know, hit at the knees and hobbles, and we get a lot of questions about that. So I'd like to better understand how the city is working to support them through those industry connections and through VEC. That would be very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Weed?
Yeah, my first one is on the small business work and recognizing some of the stuff in the report talks about how we're going to kind of support the recovery. And I'm just wondering, recognizing the amount of empty storefronts in the recent report and reading the Vancouver Economic Commission, what can we do to really simplify and ensure that we are bringing in the entrepreneur spirit of Vancouver and getting those spaces filled as quickly as possible? Recognizing that we're going to come out of this and there's going to be a lot of new companies with different types of employment that we haven't seen before. So how are we going to be flexible and ready for when those businesses want to come back to Vancouver?
There's that question of small business and the city's interface with small business spans several departments, but if I understand the question, it has mostly to do with land use and space use with regard to different types of businesses. Is that correct?
Yeah, and just how we're going to make sure that the change of use and permitting and right? Recognizing that can be difficult right now to get in there. How are we going to make sure that that's simplified when we see kind of a huge amount of companies wanting to take over these spaces again when we come out of recovery and into our thrive?
Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to refer that question to Susan Haid of our planning department.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wiebe. Susan Haid, Deputy Director of Planning, Long Range Strategic Planning. Yes, it's a great question, and there is a lot of work underway in that regard in our PDS Economic Development Group, and a number of initiatives include a small business vacancy database, and really trying to link potential businesses with space. We're working closely with DBL, recognizing capacity on streamlining permitting for tenant improvements. And in the Vancouver plan, we are strongly looking at ensuring we have adequate business space and flexibility for the future. So those are some of the measures.
Thank you. And I think Jesse Adcock has something to add from our DBL, our permitting department.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Hi, Jesse Adcock here. We are also looking as part of the task force from the council motion from March 31st at opportunities to simplify permitting around some of those scenarios that you've just described, like the change of use as people start to reconfigure their businesses, and also looking to support, I guess, a reconfiguration of business in Vancouver as a consequence of work from home, and how people might want to change their footprints and stuff. So we are looking at trying to minimize the permitting overhead and triggers, et cetera, and doing the analysis as part of that task force. So it's one of the items on that list that we talked about a few weeks back.
Perfect. Appreciate that answer. I've got one other one. It's on 14. It talks about some of the VPD response. I'm wondering, would we be able to get a memo from the Vancouver Police Department on some of the work they've done, or how do we best see that information getting to council and to the public?
I'm going to ask the city manager to respond to that one, please.
Thanks, Councillor. We can make that request. In terms of communication to the public, that would fall to VPD, but we can certainly request that VPD provide some additional information for council's benefit.
Okay. Yeah, I sat on the TGV2S committee, and there was a lot of talk about the Safe Place program, and so it'd be interesting to know how we can get more information or be able to ask a question in the future. And my last question, I think it's been brought up a few times, was the 11% street allocation. I'm just wondering, what percentage are we at, and what is the framework or timeline, or when would we see a report back to council on how we can really kind of push that agenda and create more open space for the city of Vancouver?
I'll ask Lon Leclerc to respond to that, please.
I don't have that where we're at right now in terms of the percentage of road space that we've currently reallocated, but I can check with my staff and get back to you as soon as I can, or shortly. Just give me a second.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Carr, you're last on the list.
Great, thanks, Mayor. A couple of questions around housing. So these are recommendations for 15 and 16. 15 being partner with the federal, provincial governments in a program over 10 years to retrofit 500,000 buildings. I know the answer says that staff are working on retrofits, looking to target the number of buildings to be retrofitted, but that won't be determined until 2022. So I'm just hoping you can say, will that be early enough in 2022 so this council can receive it and take some potential follow-up action on it?
Doug Smith, can you respond, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the question. So just to clarify, we are retrofitting buildings right now. There are a number of incentive programs out that we're partnering with BC Hydro in the province. So there's action while planning, I guess I would say. And the plan to bring a more fulsome strategy back to you in 2022 does align with our climate, our emergency targets towards a 50% reduction by 2030. So yes, that will allow us to remain on track when we bring that report back.
And so I'm assuming, though, it will be early enough in 2022 for this council to receive that report and do follow-up?
correct. The intention is Q1 2022.
Great. Oh, love it. Okay, great. Is there work going on with the provincial government in terms of the PACE financing that might be made available, hopefully, to aid the retrofitting?
Again, to Doug Smith, please.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. We are working closely with provincial staff on PACE financing, on both what it might look like and how it might be introduced. They recognize, as does Metro Vancouver and a number of other local municipalities, how important it is to moving this file forward.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. On point number 16, which is partnering with the government, senior government to build 100,000 new zero emission wood constructed new affordable housing units, which came out of the UBCM Special Committee on Climate Action, of which I was a member. The wood constructed part of it was because it was a UBCM that came forward that idea. It was important around the wood industry, forest industry in the province. Does that pose any kind of problem for us in terms of our move around the building bylaw, or the kind of buildings that we might be constructing?
This is a question for Dan Garrison, please.
Sure, and I can start and may need to ask Doug to jump in as well. But in terms of that, I think that many of our policies related to affordable housing, whether they be at the municipal level, BC Housing's programs or CMHC's programs at the federal level, do already include requirements around energy efficiency. Do include policies around moving towards passive house and zero emission buildings, and part of that is looking at the construction materials and particularly looking at wood. We are looking at opportunities to build taller mass timber buildings, so that's certainly part of our thinking. But you're right that in Vancouver we tend to be higher density, and so that sometimes has pushed us into concrete. And so looking at opportunities to do more with mass timber is definitely something that we're looking at.
Okay, that's good. I'm very happy to hear that that we're very keen on understanding the sort of embodied emissions aspect of the buildings too. Okay, I'm sort of done with those questions, but I have some more general ones. First of all, to really emphasize the comments made by Councillor Bly around this being a very positive way. It was hard work, but I believe very fruitful and productive in working together, and would very much encourage staff analyzing our process to see if there might be specific kind. I mean, this was a big topic. It wasn't, I can't imagine doing this on all sorts of topics, but when we are faced with a very challenging topic, I think this process has real potential to bring council in, working with staff and with the broader community in terms of experts. So I would really appreciate that analysis being done. Secondly, in terms of the experts we did bring in, I'm wondering if there is a plan. I mean, I can personally write to them with this report, but I think it might be nice if that there is a special effort made in terms of a email to each one of them on behalf of staff and council with this report, and recognizing the value of their contribution, if that's possible. I'm seeing a head nod, but
Yes,
maybe...
sorry. I was writing a note to myself as I was nodding to you. Yes, absolutely. We can do that in concert with your offices.
That good. That I think that would be fantastic. And I know that Councillor Bly did mention, there are big projects like the Vancouver Plan that might be.
Sorry, we're well over that 5.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Time goes fast. Well, just my thanks to everyone again. And believe it or not, I read every line of this report. I loved it.
Great,
wow.
Thanks. Someone moves a motion at the report.
I think it's just for recommendation. I'm happy to move it, but I don't know if we need a motion, Mayor.
You do receive?
Yeah, I can move to receive.
I'll second it.
Okay, thanks. So any comments on this? I do. Sorry, Councillor Dejanova.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor, my queue is not working right now. If you might add me to the queue, just so I don't miss my opportunity. Point of privilege, so sorry.
Great, thanks. I do have some comments and an amendment. Can Councillor Fry? Yeah, it's just a minor thing. And we are on. And I'm going to sorry, send this over to council to consider. So I was struck on the report by just by the number of empty storefronts. That is quite disturbing. We have talked to, I know we've all talked to BIAs and struggling small businesses. One of their main concerns that I think we could help with right away is just the graffiti that is starting to accumulate in various places. And of course, we had the unfortunate incident over the weekend on the seawall here. So I am hoping that council may support this. I think is a good start, and it may be recoverable through restart money that we're expecting soon from the feds and the provinces to just give the BIAs an extra $200,000 to put into their anti-graffiti program to help them with we can put money into this program. Staff will identify, and according to the motion, staff would look to identify these funds. But my feeling is that there is a lot of federal money that's coming our way that is overdue at this point. So I'm hoping that this would be funded by senior levels of government, but steered to the BIAs by us.
Thanks, Mayor. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Kirby.
Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Any speakers to this amendment? Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, my question is to the mover. I'm wondering, in speaking with staff, do we know where our current city program is on graffiti, recognizing that that program's been cut back and might not be able to provide some of the resources that this money could be better spent if we could refund the city program to deal with graffiti?
Sorry, that's to me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My understanding is that there are two different programs. One which the city operates citywide, and the second is essentially funds provided specifically to the BIAs to target in areas where they see the need within the community. So again, this is a small amount. I do think we are hearing increased reports, and the BIAs know exactly where what's happening in their business districts. I just think with the closed storefronts and the stress that's happening there, this would be a good gesture, and it should end up being funded by senior governments.
I guess a follow-up is a point of information to staff if possible.
Sure thing. City Manager?
And I'm just wondering if we can recognize we have a lot of staff on the call right now, but information on where our current graffiti program is in COVID recovery, recognizing that we do have a lot less eyes on the street and we are seeing an increase in different graffiti across the city. So I'm just wondering what our COVID response has been and what we're looking to do as a city in the future.
If I can provide an initial response to that, through Chair Fry. So the budget that we have this year, as I understand, for graffiti removal in the public realm in engineering is $820,000. Yeah, for sure, we're under a significant amount of pressure in terms of graffiti in the public realm as well. But that is the amount of funds that we have allocated. Of course, Council, as you know, we're operating with a significant operating deficit this year. So, our crews and our operations staff are working really hard to make the best use of those funds. And then maybe I'll stop there unless Lon has anything else to add to that.
No, I would say that the reports of graffiti are up, and we've had a number of locations which have been very active, and so it's keeping us busy, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just speaking to the report, I will be supportive. I think that this is something we need to do. And I think we've done some creative things of creating different ways of doing anti-graffiti programs and working with graffiti artists to try to get them to become graffiti artists and recognize that vandalism is not part of the art, and finding ways and different modes and youth programs and others to continue to find ways to support our business, because it can be expensive to clean off graffiti. I've had to do it multiple times off my windows, and I think that it's one of the things that we want to make sure we make it as easy as possible for having healthy, vibrant communities and finding different modes for the artists to have areas, including free walls and others, that can help us keep our businesses clean and fresh and make sure that the vandalism that is directed towards with racial comments or comments against health officials is moved as fast as possible. So we'll be supportive of this and appreciate the mayor bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Swanson to the amendment.
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask a question through you to the mayor. I'm not clear in this motion if we're allocating, when I read it, if we're allocating 200,000 to the BIAs, whether or not we get the money from the senior governments. Do they get the money only if we get it from senior governments, or do they get the money anyway? And then if we get senior government money, we get reimbursed for it. It's not clear to me reading this.
It's the second, is that we allocate the money now, and that we, if there are senior, I know there are senior funds coming, is that we would recover that out of whatever senior funding pool is this would fall under.
So if there isn't any senior money, then we still spend it.
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, anything else?
I'm reluctant to spend scarce money on this when I don't know, when there are some alternative expenditures that could be more urgent. That's kind of the way I'm thinking.
Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments to the amendment, clerk, could we pull up a voting queue for the amendment? I don't have a crest on to see who's voted or not, so.
I've had a note from Councillor DeGenova that she's having difficulty making a connection, which she was concerned about the vote.
On a point of privilege, it's Councillor Dominato as well, and I need a vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Clerk, can you refresh my memory? Do we need Councillor DeGenova back online, or can we proceed?
Yes, Chair, we need to suspend the vote until Councillor DeGenova can get back online, or can contact us and let us do a vote assist.
Okay, so, and clerk, do we have everybody else having voted so far?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we'll just hold tight, suspend this vote pending Councillor DeGenova's input. Perhaps should we take a recess, or do we expect Councillor DeGenova back online shortly?
Just one moment, Chair. I'm going to try and call her.
Thank you.
Chair, Councillor DiGenova would like a vote assist in favor.
Thanks,
And,
Clerk.
and IT will assist to get her back online.
Right, so I believe all the votes are in, and Clerk, if you can pull up the results, and I can pass this back to the mayor. And that passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Fry. I have Councillor DeGenova on the list to speak, but I'm not sure that she is back online. So, and that's it for the speakers list. So I would call a vote on this amended staff report. I think we'll have to contact Councillor DeGenova in terms of the vote. So I will call a vote on this. Councillor Dominato, Kirby Young, and DeGenova.
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I thought we were waiting for Councillor DiGenova for this follow-up vote.
Well, we can all vote until, and then.
I thought we had to suspend the vote when a councillor was not connected.
She was not connected prior to the vote, so I would say that that's okay to move ahead. It's only when we're in mid-vote that we need to suspend.
Okay, but the clerks just indicated that they were contacting Councillor DiGenova.
Yep, that's right. But I mean, it's only in mid-vote, and I believe
May I
Councillor.
move a recess, Mayor? 5 minutes.
Councillor DeGenova is on the phone. Clerks, can you let us know the status of Councillor DeGenova? I believe Councillor DeGenova is calling back into the meeting. Let's just.
For a 5-minute recess, Mayor?
Yep, just before we recess, just to be clear, we suspend in mid-vote if a councillor falls out during mid-vote. Otherwise, the meeting continues on. But we will take a recess until Councillor DeGenova gets back on the line.
Thank you.
For 5.
Point of privilege?
We're in recess, Councillor DeGenova, until.
Yes, I've managed to join by phone, Mayor. I'm sorry. I was having some technical difficulties. So we're voting on the COVID-19 recovery. I'd given
We are in recess for another 3 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you so much.
Okay, council. I just need a vote, Councillor Dominato and Councillor DeGenova on this amended report.
I'll take a vote assist in favor, please, Mayor.
Thank you.
Point of privilege, Mayor. I'm still working on my computer, so vote assist in favor, please. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Council. Thank you. That has passed. We're going to move on now to the next held report, which is the 2021 distribution of the property tax levy. Staff, City Manager, I'm just wondering if you have the staff needed to answer questions on this item.
We do. I see that Patrice Impey is on the line, Mayor Stewart, so I think we're good to proceed.
Great. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes for questions. Please go ahead. Might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Sorry. My first question is, how much money would the average small business save from this tax shift? Ballpark.
This is Grace, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. Thank you for your question. On average, without going into the detail, as outlined in the report, as a result of the tax shift, instead of having a 4.78% tax increase in general, businesses will be experiencing a 3.8% tax increase. So roughly, I would say 0.9% tax reduction as a result of the tax shift.
So how much money would that be?
It really depends on the property that the small business is in. That this is the part that I would not be able to comment on, because the small business, depending on whether they are in a property that is fully developed versus underdeveloped, that could have a big difference. So I'm not sure how I can generalize on average what is the dollar value for a small business saving.
I remember from last year seeing a little table that said, like, the average small business would save something like, this was for last year, like $108 a year or something like that.
I think we
you don't
typically
have anything
say
like that.
No, I think we typically have average business as opposed to average small business.
Okay, so that's my other question is, I guess there's going to be, we're shifting $3.6 million here from business onto residential if this passes. Do we have any idea how much of that 3.6 million shift is going to go to big business property owners who haven't been hurt by the pandemic?
And we will need to get back to you on that. Yeah, we don't have the analysis handy right now.
But it would be probably a substantial amount.
What we need to look into that. I think what you are referring to typically would be those, I would say, businesses in, I would say, occupying kind of like major office buildings and not in the underdeveloped kind of properties and that kind of thing, and also maybe the banks. So we can actually look into that and report back to you as well.
Maybe grocery stores too. I think that would be good to get that information back. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. If there are no other questions, I don't see any other councillors on the queue. I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, thanks. There's no one else on the queue. Do we have a seconder?
Seconder Weeb.
I heard Councillor Weeb first. Thanks. We have Councillor Swanson on the queue for debate. Councillor Swanson.
Thanks so much.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I noticed that the manager said in the report that the property assessment reform is sorely needed, and I just wanted to put an exclamation point by that. It seems to me that it's completely insane that the city level of government doesn't have the ability to tax property progressively, that we have to have the same rate of property tax on businesses and on residences, regardless of whether they're just a small piece of property or a mansion or a big corporate high rise or something. And I think we need to really start pushing the province to give us that power to tax progressively, because this tax shift stuff isn't really benefiting the people who need it the most. It's maybe giving a teeny bit of help to businesses that are in need, but it's giving a bigger bit of help to businesses that aren't in need. And we should have the ability to have a tax system that puts the money where the need is, and we don't have that now. That's
Thank you.
all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And I am did miss questions to staff. Indulge me through debate if I may ask a point of information, please.
Sure.
Thanks so
Yep.
much. Just through you, Mayor, to staff, I'm wondering if is there any way that we could target this to make sure that it was the local small businesses? I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure that there's no stone unturned here, that we could target this so that there was a property tax shift towards some of those smaller businesses, because I had pulled the numbers and I believe the savings was like $13,000 for Walmart and some of the other big box corporations. So, is there any way that we could target a property tax shift that didn't go to all businesses, but perhaps went to those most in need, the smaller, locally owned businesses here in Vancouver that are really struggling and are on their knees right now? So, I'd just like to know.
Staff, do you have a response to that?
Grace again, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. At the current state, we do not believe we have the information to do that, because property tax system is based on the property itself, not based on the individual business occupying the property. So right now, BC Assessment does not collect business-related type information. So we cannot do direct or tax shift savings to a specific type of businesses. And as you are aware, in a mall or in an office building, there could be big business and independent small businesses all occupying one folio, one property. It will be very, very difficult to track unless we start, when I say we, the system start collecting business type information, not just property type information.
Okay, and through thanks so much. Another quick point of information. Through COVID-19, do we have the information that shows us the individual property tax owners, how they've been affected, how many of them perhaps are out of work or not working, or have tenants that aren't paying their rent because of the restrictions and obviously the issues that have been put on tenants, but also the federal and provincial, I suppose I could say, measures that have been implemented to protect tenants, which I support, but then we're not seeing the property tax owners collect that rent. So do we have any of that information right now to know what kind of extra burden this would put on property taxpayers, on residential property taxpayers in our city?
Staff? This is Grace. I'm going to try to answer this question, and maybe Patricia Imby can also chime in as well. My understanding is that the statistics that we have based on last year's collection rate on our property tax actually is not dissimilar to the year before, which was before COVID. So that is the hard evidence that we had. However, that being said, the tax is collected from the landowner. So I would say we don't necessarily know the relationship between the landowner and also the renter, whether it's the renter paying for it or maybe the landowner is actually just kind of fronting the money and waiting for repayment from the renters. Patrice, do you have anything to add?
No, that's correct. We did see a consistent payment.
Okay, but we're not sure how that has affected property taxpayers. There's no survey that we put out on that as to whether or not their tenants are actually paying rent.
We don't have any of that data on who's paying. The property comes from the property owner, but we don't have any of the data on the payments behind that. So that's the property tax policy is very constrained. It's based on the property owner, right?
I'll reserve my last 45 seconds for comment after Mayor Stewart. I use that as my questions also. Thank you.
Yeah, Sir Hardwick. This is debate section.
Right. So I've been struggling with this question for a while. The intent is that we transfer tax onto residential away from commercial to try and make things easier for our struggling commercial sector. That's the intent. Are we accomplishing it? Well, I'm not convinced at this point because I keep hearing about the data that we don't have. So in other words, we're making decisions and policies based on intent. And I think the intent is there. We all want to help our mom and pops and our smaller businesses. But the ones that I see, if from the limited data that I do have, shows that it is the big box retailers, the large owners of that property that are largely American multinationals, that are the ones that are benefiting the most from this tax shift. So while our intent is to benefit our local small businesses, the true beneficiaries are the American multinationals predominantly, and at the expense of our residential taxpayers, property taxpayers. And that's not just the landowners, because we all know that that costs are then carried forward to renters as well. So if we're doing something that's well-intentioned, but we're not doing it based on evidence to support that it's actually making a difference, why are we really doing it? Because we want to seem like we're doing the right thing without really knowing? I struggle with approving that. So I listen very carefully to all of the rationale. Again, nobody questions our desire to help our small businesses. But if we're not doing that and it's at the expense of our residents, why are we doing it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Deschanel, you have your 45 seconds.
Thanks. At this time, I won't be able to support this. And the reason is because we don't have that information. And some of the stores that will, or I should say the businesses that will benefit the most are those big box national corporations. And I'm not even sure that we're going to see the difference come down to those smaller local owned businesses, if they even are still open. They are on their knees. They are looking for relief, and they really, really need this help. But that being said, without a way to wade through that, without even having the information as to what this is going to do to property taxpayers residentially in our city, who perhaps rely on a mortgage helper or have a legal secondary suite where they're paying their fees to the city and they're paying their property taxes, but they're not bringing in rent. For that reason, I just won't be able to support it this time. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I wholeheartedly support this, as I have consistently. I brought this amendment forward. This is the third year of the 3-part implementation that the majority of council committed to. I think if we're serious about supporting our small business, we need to be about this. I think it's worth remembering that council received an extensive report on this previously when it came forward with respect to the competitiveness of our tax rates relative to other municipalities, how the tax shift allocations had sort of evolved over a number of years. There was a fairly robust discussion at council at that time. And I think it is critical for support for small business. I think we hear loud and clear how taxation is the most crushing factor on a lot of our small business. We don't have split tax assessment yet. Council determined at that time that this was the one thing that we could do within the city of Vancouver we had direct control over to provide some relief and a signal to our small business while we were advocating vociferously for that split tax assessment, which still remains and is very critical. I think it was also well documented by Local BC and CFIB and others that the vast majority, I don't have the percent in front of me, but somewhere well over 80% of our businesses in the city are small business who employ less than 100 employees. So there will be a couple of larger businesses that might hit that, but to sort of, not remove that opportunity for some relief from the majority of those businesses because we don't want to benefit a couple of those doesn't make sense to me. And by the same token, because it's a blunt instrument based on the taxation powers that we have, if we revert it back to residential, then we're also going to be benefiting similarly the larger millionaires that own the large big homes that some councillors have termed sort of those big mansions. So it's either a big mansion that benefits potentially, or it's a big box retailer. But I'm looking at the greater good here, which I think is, for me, a good guiding principle around the majority of people that we are trying to help. And a little bit of help goes a long way right now. We've seen, for example, with restaurants, the continued indoor dining impacts. We're seeing continued COVID, vaccinations are extended. We're going to be living this COVID life in some form for a period of time. And until we can bring some other material relief forward and see that our businesses are on the way to economic recovery, and I've talked to a few of them that are several $100,000 in the hole, and every penny counts, and they may not be able to make it through the next 2 or 3 months. And that's a pretty scary place to be. So I would be really disappointed if council sort of abandoned its commitment. This isn't a new discussion. As I said, this is year 3 of fulfilling a planned implementation. And we made this decision also prior to COVID. I think that's important to remember, that we felt that the environment that businesses were operating in the city was already really challenging, and that they were struggling. And that was prior, I should say, to the significant and, out of left field and unprecedented impact of COVID. So I just want to provide some context and some comments on that as to why I think I brought this forward, why council, the majority supported the decision at that time, and why I think it's important that we fulfill it now. Thank you.
Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'll also be speaking in favor and recognizing that we did make a commitment 3 years ago, and we had a lot of conversation on this. I think it was a healthy dialogue to recognize that we are a community of small businesses across the city, that there was support from LOCO and BIABC and the rest of the business community, recognizing the importance for us to showcase how we can support our businesses and our main streets. I mean, our walkable communities, our climate emergency action plan talks about our complete communities. And to complete those communities, we need to create affordable commercial spaces. I know that it's not a lot of money as to respond to Councillor Swanson, but every business I know, these little elements make such a big difference. People right now are paying more sometimes in the property tax component of their triple net rent than they are their rent. In the city of Vancouver, we make it difficult as a city of affordability. However, these little changes that we do make such a big difference. And Councillor Kirby-Young's right. We know that this is a city of over 80% small, medium-sized businesses. We know how much those businesses give back to our communities and create a cyclical amount of money that supports and lifts up the communities we all love. So I'm very supportive of this work. I think it was great for our conversations we had 3 years ago to move this forward the way we did, in a way that didn't drastically make changes, but did it over a 3-year period that recognized that we do have, every single taxpayer has a burden to pay on this. So I am very supportive of this work. I really appreciate the way staff have brought it forward. And looking forward, we're going to have to find other tools and techniques to better focus and find ways to support the businesses we really want to support. But this is one avenue of us telling our business community that this council cares, and we want to see those complete communities, and we want that store to stay. Because coming out of COVID, there's a lot of businesses that are currently leaving our communities. We just lost Kino, a staple in the comedy scene, and will we lose more? And we need to stand up as a council and show that we're here to support them. So I will be supportive.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. As was noted, this was an endeavor that we largely as a council supported 3 years ago, or 2 years ago. And the intent was to be gradual. And at that time, I supported it because, as has been noted, we were pursuing a split assessment with the province that hasn't materialized. I know that we have continued to advocate and lobby for that as a council, you as mayor. And so when we were looking at tools in the toolbox, this was one tool available to us, and it is the tax shift. And we're delivering on the last portion of that. And I think it's critically important that we move forward with it, that it is supported. What I heard when we were having those deliberations, as Councillor Weeb was pointing out, in that rich dialogue, was the business community pleading with us to show that we support small business in the city, that we care about small business in the city, and that they were looking for a change from the past, that this was a council that understood the importance of the local economy and the role small business plays in employing people and supporting their livelihood, and I think provided a bit of a beacon of hope. And so, for me, it's critical that we continue and move forward with this today, and that we also look at other opportunities and measures. But for me, it's very straightforward that this is something I support, and I heard loud and clear is important. And I want to point out that I've actually heard from individual small business companies, retailers that have seen those savings passed down from their commercial property owners, and so there has been a benefit to them. And so I just want to reiterate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just want to add my voice of support for this particular report, and just to respond to some of the sort of question marks that have been raised in this discussion. And as other councils have pointed out, this is going back 3 years actually, when we had very comprehensive data and numbers and reports that we're now asking staff to sort of recall on the fly. So I think it's just important to recognize that this decision was made and we had all that information at our fingertips, and that business, small business, large business, business in general, and yes, we're all in support of advocating to the provincial government to change and give us more options in terms of how we classify businesses. But at the end of the day, they do carry, and I'm recalling here the number, so it's in and around, I think 45% of our tax levy is carried by businesses, and I believe they occupy, I don't know, I want to say less than 10% of our sort of physical space in the city. So there was an equity issue too when it came to this debate that I certainly remember. And I also remember making the comment, and others making the comments, that that we make this decision for every single small business, big business, but business in general, that get a very clear message that as a government, and we were a new government at that time, that we value them and that we're in their corner while we try and figure out all the other challenges that that businesses and small businesses face. And we have to remember that this is not about profit. This is about, they employ a lot of workers in our city that have varying levels of education, opportunity, socioeconomic sort of demographics, and therefore we need to support them because they support people that live in our city. And one of those comments was that we want to let them know that we do value them while they're trying to figure out how to make day-to-day work. And I just want to point out that was before COVID. So to even be bringing this up at this particular juncture, I think is actually is you know, sending absolutely the wrong message. So there's lots of support here. We've heard from councillors who are going to support this, and I certainly will too. But just to remember that the red herring of the data is not there, or, you know, that big business get to benefit is cherry picking from a very in-depth debate that we had 3 years ago, and we need to follow through on our commitment. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to echo some of the comments of my colleagues and not try and repeat it, but this is a decision that we had made 3 years ago, and this is the sort of culmination of that. And it was a decision that we made before COVID, but at that time we also had the conversation around small business versus big business and who was going to benefit out of this. And we made the decision that on the whole, this was going to support small businesses, and that was an important consideration moving forward. Of course, since that time, COVID has cut a swath through our small business community, and we've seen, with a few outrageous exceptions, we've seen small business step up to the challenge that the provincial health orders have initiated, and voluntarily kind of cut their ability to do business and subscribe to the various orders that are coming down as a result of this pandemic, and it's hurt their bottom line for sure. And I think that there's you know, an expectation that they're sort of holding up their end of the bargain through some very difficult times, and we made this commitment. You know, I with regard to the big box stores, I think it's also just worth articulating that you know, one of the biggest beneficiaries of this pandemic isn't so much the big box stores, it's the online retailers. We've seen a doubling in online retail since this pandemic, and and those guys aren't paying taxes at all in our city, and we see more Amazons, more food preparation, food meal preparation delivery companies operating at the expense of local small businesses and local small restaurants and the like. So we're going to have some serious conversations and recalibrations around what do complete communities look like, and that's part of this Vancouver plan moving forward. But we have to recognize that small business is hurting badly during this pandemic, and this is just one small way we're helping and really holding up our end of the bargain that we committed to 3 years ago. So I will be voting in support of this. Thanks.
Councillor Swanson, you're on mute, maybe.
Sorry, I sent an amendment.
Okay.
So basically, to ask staff to bring forward the information about how much of this shift benefits large corporations and businesses opposed to smaller ones before we have to make this decision again. I know, Mayor, you have a motion coming up to limit our residential tax increase to 5%. The $3.6 million that we're talking about with this decision is about 0.5%. That, if we get the info and we find that of that $3.6 million, 2 or 2.5 million of it is going to the Bentals and the Walmarts, and only a fraction of it is going to the small businesses, I think that's a problem. I don't think we should use small businesses as a lever to enrich big businesses who don't need extra help. So yeah, this is just to try and get the information. Maybe we won't do a shift again, I don't know, but if we do, we need to know who is benefiting from it. And at this point, we don't.
Thanks. Do I have a seconder for this?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. So we're on an amendment queue. Does anybody wish to speak to this?
Point of information, Mayor. It's Councillor Dominato.
You need to be on the queue for points of information.
I've asked the staff to put me on. Thanks.
Okay, that's privileged to get on the list. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes debate on this amendment.
Yeah, I actually have a point of order, Mayor, and I'm wondering, pursuant to section 8.7, if you could rule if this is an order, because there, with regard specifically to the language that says before we have to make this decision again, this recommendation actually completes the council direction, so there is no proposed decision again on the table. So I'm wondering if that is just inconsistent with the characteristic of the motion pursuant to 8.7.
Okay, I'll take a quick look and I'll come back to council. I'll stop your timer, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'll be right back. Council, I'm back now. I have had a chance to talk with the clerk. I would say that although the language isn't perhaps as specific as we normally have, it doesn't really do anything to in terms of legal obligation or all it does is give a kind of non-specific deadline. So in my view, that's the same as really kind of not having a deadline at all. So I'll say this is in order and put you back on the queue, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'll wait. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. So this is in order, Mayor
Yep.
Stewart. We can speak to this.
Yep.
I'm just wondering. I also, what I'll do is I saw an amendment to the amendment come through, so maybe I'll just hold my comments until then. So I'll put myself down at the bottom of the list. Thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. Just quick point of information through you to staff. I'm just trying to get a sense of, do we have this type of data that would sort of be simple enough to pull together in a report to inform council, or is this, like, how much work is this really for staff at this stage?
So 2 questions. Do we have the data and how much work is it? Over to staff for a response.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I definitely, there's going to be limitations, but maybe I would defer to Grace and Patrice to speak more specifically to it.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Grace. This is not something that is handy. I think we need to maybe spend a day or two to do that. And there is a legislative deadline for council to approve the tax distribution before end of April. So yeah, so that basically is the constraint in terms of time.
Okay.
Okay.
Follow up, Mayor.
Before the next report, that's Patrice here. We can do this before the next report when council's asked to approve the distribution again. We do that every year.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So the data is there a day or two to sort of pull it together. I understand. I don't read this as an amendment that's going to delay passing this report, more so as an added request for information. So I think it's helpful to have this information, better inform and even perhaps make a stronger case for supporting the tax shift. So I'm happy to support it, and I see there's an amendment, so I'll leave it there and preserve any other comments related to further amendments that I'll be supportive. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Wholeheartedly supportive of this. And it strikes me here, as was pointed out earlier, we're in our 3rd year of this. Why have we not gotten this information and refined our understanding to date? But this is forward looking, and for that purpose, I'll fully support it.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato.
Mayor, I have a point of information through you to staff, and it's just to
Sure.
clarify with respect to undertaking this work. I heard that it could be done in just a day or two. Would this mean surveying all of the applicable non-residential property owners to ascertain if savings are being passed on to retail tenants and so on? Like, just what would that look like?
Staff.
Sorry, my apology. Can you repeat your question again in terms of residential tenants? Sorry.
Yes, so the question is that that we don't readily have this information available. So I would imagine we will have to survey the non-residential property owners to understand the implications and whether savings are being passed on to retail tenants in some cases. Would this be a survey we would undertake of all, and how many non-residential properties would be applicable in that case?
Thank you. So my response to the earlier question about like a day or two, we're just going to do basically, I would say, some sort of obvious kind of sample properties, knowing the big box, retail, and also maybe some of the banks, the location. We can actually give you some sort of high level indication. But if council is looking for a more detailed kind of survey, it will take us a while. So it's not going to be a day or two. So yeah, just to clarify.
That helps. I think what I'm hearing is that you would do a sampling to give council some indication. But if we wanted something more fulsome, like surveying all non-residential properties where it's applicable, then that would be a different undertaking.
Absolutely. And I think that's the reason why we want to emphasize that we totally agree. This will be good information to inform council for next year's tax distribution. And as you recall, back in 2019, we did provide some sort of high level indication in terms of how the tax shift is going to impact different types of businesses. Yeah, so I think we can actually do something similar and maybe more in depth, kind of, surveying businesses as well, but it will be for next year's decision.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. Debate?
Thanks very much. Mayor Swanson, or Mayor, I'm going to allow Councillor Swanson to go first, as I had understood there was an amendment possibly to her amendment. If that's not the case, I apologize, because I wouldn't want to end speaking on her amendment.
Okay, just on the, I have seen the amendment. I don't actually think it's necessary. And I guess Councillor Swanson's on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I was going to make that point. If you're going to rule it in order, then I'm not going to make the amendment because it'll just be longer. Let's get it over with and vote for it.
Great. Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, anything else?
Yes. So I would like to ask Mayor Stewart that we sever this, first of all. And I'm just wondering, I mean, this was a theme of something that did come up when we were talking, and just wondered if staff have already started any of this work. I mean, it hasn't been asked. So on the record, I'd like to ask that question as a point of information through you to staff.
Sure.
If they have started any of this work ever since we had this original conversation. I remember pulling the assessment and looking at the $13,000 in savings that Walmart would receive.
Staff, have you done any of this work?
No, as I mentioned before, we did some sampling, and I thought it was reported out as part of the 2019 report back, to council in response to this tax shift question. Subsequent to that, because council directed us to do a 3-year tax shift, that's why we didn't follow up on any additional analysis, because we just kind of follow through on the 3-year tax shift program.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks very much. So the amendment being in order as it is, I would like to sever it, and I will vote for the second portion of the clause, because before I make any further decisions, I'd like to have that information. I understand how much our staff have on their plates, but I also understand that this is really important to me being able to make a decision. I'm being asked to balance this on behalf of people in the city, and we can talk about what 0.5% means, but to some people that could be the difference between a grocery bill and being able to feed themselves and not. And if we do see that this is benefiting some of the bigger corporations over the smaller businesses, that's one thing. That being said, if we see that this is actually benefiting small and local businesses, then perhaps I'd be able to change my vote next time to support this. So for that reason, I will be voting in favor of the latter half of this amendment.
Okay, thanks. I'm just getting the clerks to, we have no other speakers, so getting clerks to load up the screen here with both. So we will sever this, and we'll vote on the yellow highlighted item first. And this again is just as a vote on the amendment. So Council, I'm calling a vote on the yellow highlighted.
Point of privilege, Mayor, I'll take a vote of this in favor.
Thank you.
Point of privilege, Mayor.
Yes.
My screen has frozen on my orange cone. Is this the first part of the motion that starts with that council instruct the director of finance?
No, it's the second one. The council instruct staff to bring forward information about how much this tax shift benefits large corporations.
Thank you very much.
And how would you like to vote?
Oh, I can vote. My orange cone is frozen. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. So that has passed unanimously, council. We are now going to move to the second part of this for a vote. Councillor Kirby, Young, Dominato, Boyle, and Swanson.
Mayor, I'll take a vote of this in favor if this is the main staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly, Councillor Bly. Great. Okay, thank you. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick, Swanson, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, now we're back to, so I don't have anybody else on the main queue. Oh, I do actually. So council, we're at 11:58. We don't really have enough time for a full 5 minutes from somebody else, so I'm just gonna ask us to recess now, and we'll come back in camera at 1 o'clock, and at 3 p.m. we'll finish the debate on this item. So thanks, and have a good lunch. I'll just ask the clerks to keep the list there. Thank you. Okay, council, just to refresh your memory, we are, we just voted on Councillor Swanson's amendment, and now we're back in the queue discussing the main motion as amended, and this is surrounding the property taxation distribution. And Councillor Swanson, you still have the floor for up to 3.5 minutes.
I'm good.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato, you have about 3 minutes left. Oh, I don't see Councillor Dominato there. Okay. Councillor Boyle, you have up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to speak to the full amended motion. I'm happy to have the addition that Councillor Swanson brought on. I am conscious that when this tax shift first came to council, I voted against it, largely with a pretty clear sense, which is still my sense, that we need bigger and more systemic solutions to the pressures impacting our small local businesses than just this, and that continues to be my focus in a number of ways. I will add, like all of us, that the pressure of the pandemic and the ways that that is piling on to the pressure that our small businesses face, I'm very sensitive to, and so while I voted against this initial shift as an approach, and while my focus continues to be on the more systemic solutions, such as split assessment, such as the need for differentiated taxes or progressive taxation to better pinpoint our support at the small local businesses that we know need it most. With all of that, I will be supporting this last third step of this tax shift today, in recognition that it's a promise that this council made, and that these businesses are struggling, and that we know that we and staff continue to focus on those larger solutions that really are the way that that we need to move forward and address the challenges that we've heard. That's it for me.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Just a point of privilege, Mayor Stewart. I was hoping that maybe the amended motion could be emailed to us because my orange cone still isn't working. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I'll ask clerks to pull it up on screen as well as to email the motion, amended motion.
Thanks very much.
Okay, clerks, we have that up on screen. Has the email gone out? Don't see it here yet.
We'll just take one moment, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Stewart, I'll just take myself off the queue. I see Councillor Hardwick's on. So I tried to take myself off. It won't let me. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Mine was just a request that we be able to sever the final version of this motion, please.
Sure. How would you like it severed? I guess just into 2 parts.
2 parts, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I see the email is here. So I'm going to call the vote on this. I'm going to call the vote on clerks. I guess it doesn't matter how we do this. So if you just want to highlight, okay, so we'll call a vote on the yellow part.
Mayor Stewart, point of privilege, is Councillor Dejanova. As I can't see the yellow part, is the yellow part that council instruct the Director of Finance? Yeah. It starts with that. Thank you.
Do you want to mark, I guess Councillor Dominato is absent. Council, that has passed with Councillor Hardwick, Swanson, Dejanova, and myself in opposition. Okay, now we're going to go to the second part. Councillor Boyle. That passes unanimously. Thanks, Council. Okay. The next item we have is, let me just look, that finishes the reports. We're on bylaws now. Okay, we have 18 bylaws on the agenda. Council members who were not present for the meetings must confirm that they have reviewed and will be voting. Bylaw 9 is from the public hearing of April 15th. I was absent and I have read it and I will be voting. Reviewed all the documentation. Bylaws 11 to 14 are from the public hearing of April 13th. Councillor Bly, you were absent. Have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Bylaw 16 is from the public hearing of March 11th, April 1st, 7th, and 8th. Councillor Kirby-Young, you were absent. Have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Thanks. Anybody wish to hold any bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest? I see Councillor Weeb on the queue.
Yeah, I'd like to pull bylaw 10 for code of, conflict of interest, recognizing that I was not involved in the creation of this and the voting to get here
Okay,
because of
thanks.
interest and business interest.
Okay, I'll have the clerks note that. Councillor Hardwick?
I'd like to hold a number 1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay, Council bylaws 1, 2, and 3. Clerks, that means we have to go through those separately. So let me just. So I think we would vote on 1, 2, and 3 as separate votes first, and the remainder as a package. I think we can. Yes, we'll need a recorded vote on bylaw number 1.
Mayor, I'm willing to remove.
Thank you.
Yes, these bylaws.
And a second? Yeah, seconder.
Second.
Thanks. This is bylaw number 1, moved and seconded. I don't see any requests to speak on this, so we can go to the vote. Councillor Fry. Thanks. This passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, on to bylaw number 2. Just need somebody to move it.
So moved, Councillor Dejanova.
Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Bly, I think. I don't see anybody on the queue to debate, so we'll move to a vote. Councillor Dejanova. Thank you. That passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. And we'll go to bylaw number 3. Need a mover.
So moved, Councillor Dejanova.
Yep, go ahead,
Second,
Councillor
I'll
Dejanova.
second. Councillor Carr, I think was
Yep.
first.
Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. I don't see anybody on the queue for debate, so we'll move to the vote. Okay, that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Council, then we can do the remainder by yeas and nays, noting Councillor Weeb's conflict on the bylaw he indicated. So all in favor, say yay.
I'll move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, thanks, Councillor Carr. Seconder.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. Any discussion on any of these? I'll just move to the main queue. I don't see any discussion, so we'll call yays and nays. All in favor, yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay. Fine, thanks very much. That carries, and the list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. We're moving to administrative motions now. We have approval of a form development of 4035 Boundary Road. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on this? And you can just say so verbally if you do. I'm going to ask now if there are any questions, staff, on this item. Please put yourself in the queue. I don't see anybody in the queue. Somebody like to move the motion, please?
So moved, Councillor Bly.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. Any discussion? We're shifting to the main queue now. I don't see anybody on the queue to discuss, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That passes. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're moving to council members' motions. Council members have 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute to ask clarifying questions of the mover. The first is, of course, just a leave of absences for Councillor Hardwick for civic business from meetings on June 23rd from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and July 21st from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Would someone like to move this motion?
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, seconder.
Weeb.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Don't hear any. Thanks so much. That motion carries. Now I'm going to trade the chair with Deputy Mayor Fry.
Sure thing, Mayor.
Yeah, so I have a motion to introduce. I believe I have up to 2 minutes for that. So I just wanted to ask council for support of this motion. It's a simple motion that, much like last year, again, will help focus the work of council and our staff as we prepare the 2022 budget. 5% provides a balance between maintaining important services and then fulfilling the policy direction of council and maintaining a predictable tax rate. You'll note that I did move a motion last year that was amended. So this is the text of the amended motion from last year that incorporates our discussions. Setting this early target will allow council to sharpen its focus on core items that our city will deliver. You'll notice that it says that it sets a limit on a property tax increase of no more than 5%. So up to 5%, not locking us into that number, of course. And as we continue to deal with the impacts of COVID-19, demands for city services are growing, but the capacity of residents and businesses for more costs is extremely limited. So really hoping that we can set this and to at 5% or up to 5% so staff can work around that scenario, as well as this would shape our debates. So that's it from me. Happy to answer any questions.
And you do have questions, Mayor. First, Councillor Hardwick for 1 minute.
I have actually, is the mayor's motion through and seconded, or is we're just in questions, we have to wait for any amendments?
I've stopped your timer there. Are there no speakers to this motion? Sorry, I just assumed there were.
No.
Councillor DeGenova is on the speaker's queue.
Oh, no, but we're not referring this to committee. There's no speakers to this to refer to committee,
sorry.
so we are. Okay, so my apologies. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
Point of procedure.
Yes, Councillor
Chair
DeGenova.
Fry. Don't we ask questions of the mover before a seconder comes forward?
Okay, let's go back to that.
Chair Fry, if it's the clerk, if I may, Councillor DeGenova is correct. Each council member now has 1 minute to ask clarifying questions of the mover of the motion.
Right, that's what I
before
thought.
the
Okay,
motion is
so we're
seconded.
back to-
Yeah.
So, Councillor Hardwick, did you have questions to this for the minute question period?
I have not, and I've removed myself.
Okay, so Councillor DeGenova for a minute.
Thanks very much. Mayor Stewart, I'm just wondering how you arrived at the number 5%.
Yeah, I had a series of discussions last year with councillors, and I also based it on previous votes from council. So I thought this was a good number to start with. Of course, we have many debates to come in terms of what will be in the budget, but I thought it was a good number to start from.
Okay, and did you have any conversations broadly with residents about this? Because I appreciate that all 11 of us are taxpayers, but also understanding that this will have an impact on all taxpayers in Vancouver.
Yeah, well, I really based it off all the people that came in and wrote in for the budget over the previous few years. We had a 5% property tax at first year, 7% increase in the second year, back to 5 last year. So again, based on all that input, it seemed like a good starting point.
And that's the
Thanks. That's my time. It flies.
All right, seeing no further questions, do we have a seconder or a mover of the motion?
Yeah,
Mover is the mayor.
Second,
that-
Councillor Bly.
Sorry, moved by the mayor, second by Councillor Bly. Okay. And Councillor Hardwick to the motion.
Yes, so I have submitted an amendment to this motion. Clerk, can you confirm?
Second, Councillor
Yes, we
DeGenova.
received. We'll put it on screen.
Thank you very much.
All right, if we can move to an amendment queue with Councillor Hardwick then, please.
Thank you very much. As the motion comes up, I'm suggesting that we target an property tax increase of 3% and instruct staff to proceed with the development of the budget on the following basis. 4 points. One, the 2022 budget base will be the 2021 budget base, adjusted appropriate to inflationary adjustments. Inflation is a funny thing, you know, it's usually sitting around 2%, but we're in unprecedented times right now. Two, that expenditures, including added operating costs arising from the capital program and expanded program expenditures approved in advance, be separately itemized. I've been pushing, as you know, for more detail, including line item detail. New program expenditure requests from staff be itemized separately and specifically identify additional staff resources and office costs. And new expenditures arising from council priorities should be identified separately and include identification of additional ongoing costs anticipated beyond 2022. That staff bring this forward to council no later than Halloween, October 31st, 2021, in order that we have sufficient time to review. It's going to be a difficult year. And that staff organize a series of workshops for council during November and December to facilitate decision-making on the final makeup of the 2022 budget, at which time the 2020-22 increase would be confirmed. So I'm adding more process to it and setting the bar a little lower than 5%. Again, when we look at the increase and the fact that we did have just a 5% increase last year, but that also included $57 million of reserve drawdown, and it would have been a total of 12% in property tax increase had we not drawn down on that. So I'm suggesting that we need to dial it back and be very, very specific and detail oriented this year in our budget process going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor DeGenova to the amendment.
Thanks, and happy to second this. I think that right now we're in, we didn't know when we came into this council term that we would be in a pandemic. And I remember even when the pandemic was first announced, being in council chambers and not really knowing what that was going to mean for us. I also understand that I haven't had a chance to, just as I'm sure many of you haven't, been able to have the same level of consultation with people who possibly, I mean, for many reasons, but I think that unaffordability is, you know, we have seen, although some businesses have been able to flourish, some people have been able to have steady employment through the pandemic. Others have not, and there are property taxpayers that, although you know we can say yes, this percentage of property taxes were paid last year, so that was okay. I'm not sure that a 5% up to a 5% increase is something that people can bear at this time. So I mean, having sort of the standard of inflation, I think, is a steady way to move this forward. I also believe, you know, to Councillor Hardwick's motion, it's a nice compromise with what the mayor's brought forward, and I think it is important to signal to people that, you know, we are working within a certain amount here. But I also hope that, you know, by supporting Councillor Hardwick's motion, it will be easier, I hope, for the mayor when he does speak with, you know, our federal and provincial counterparts and looking at their investment. So, you know, maybe they'll be able to pick up the difference in some ways. I certainly know that there are other municipalities that have been able to benefit, and we've benefited from federal and provincial investments also. I also have argued with other municipalities. You know, there are things Vancouver does. There's great value to them. Yes, our taxes are higher, but in looking at how to balance that, are we going to send a message that we do need this help and we do need this funding, and we are going to put our hand up. And I think that this is a very important way to do that. So I do support the amendment moved by Councillor Hardwick for those reasons. And I do hope that that will sort of also offer, a greater uh, call to the federal and provincial governments to support us in supporting anything above and beyond that 3% that we need to keep things going in Vancouver, especially on mandates like housing and all of the community services that are so greatly needed in our city. So that's my hope, and that's why I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll reflect a few comments just at the outset. I was reflecting on the public library's presentation, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, and the work that that board undertook in light of COVID and the pandemic is that they undertook a review of their strategic plan and strategic priorities in the context of COVID, and that will likely inform their budget planning. And similarly, I think we have an opportunity here as well. It has been a difficult year, as we know, and one of the things that I think was challenging, the last number of years is just our process, and particularly last year we had multiple scenarios and many myriads of changes on the floor of council with respect to the budget. And I think what this does is not only does it, as Councillor Hardwick points out, is it sets the bar a bit lower in terms of what that property tax increase looks like. It is a little bit higher than inflation, but it gives some really clear direction around the budget development process, and as well as not only looking at new expenditures, but also the capital framework as we've done before. I think this is a strong proposal that's brought forward by Councillor Hardwick. And to Councillor DiGenova's point, I think there is a bigger conversation that needs to be taken and at the municipal level with provincial federal counterparts about the role of urban centers such as Vancouver in service delivery. And I think there's probably some more systemic changes that have to happen in terms of provincial statutes and federal statutes around service delivery within urban centers, because I think the world has changed and the role municipalities play today, the urban centers play in service delivery has changed significantly. It's not simply about seeking more grants, seeking more funds. I think that that is part of the conversation, and we've been fortunate to benefit from COVID recovery dollars, both provincially and federally, to support housing, for instance. But I do think there's a much bigger conversation around the role of municipalities and how municipalities are ultimately funded, not just through property taxes, but other means potentially. So, but in the interim, we have to deal with the present. And so I support this motion wholeheartedly. And I think it's prudent, it's good fiscal stewardship, and it's transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Wiebe to the amendment.
Yeah, my first question is to the mover of the amendment, and that is this a full strike and replace?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And
there was no way to really work it in because of the elaboration.
Okay. Thank you. I will not be supporting the amendment in front of us. I struggle picking the percentage at this time when we are waiting for the amount of work that our staff will bring forward and information to make an informed based decision. We also have cost escalations that are out of our control that need to be incorporated, including obviously a request going to the provincial government right now on the police budget, as well as some arbitrated amounts for our great unionized staff in the city of Vancouver, as well as other cost increases that are beyond the current percentage due to some of the kind of COVID issues that we've had today in our staff report. This is a time we've got to really recognize that we need to support our city. There's a lot of crises going on, and I think that our staff are doing an amazing job in bringing us that information to make the best decision possible. So I do appreciate us having that information that we can add and not add, and I think last year went really well in the sense that we did get itemized opportunities to as a council, pick what we thought were real strong priorities to make this city a better place to live for everyone. Right now, it's difficult because of COVID. We've had to hold back on some of our hiring, and some of those positions are key, including healthy city strategy and others. And I think that we need to really revisit to ensure that the well-being of the citizens of Vancouver are being dealt with appropriately. So I will not be supporting this budget, and I think that we need to look at every opportunity to find savings, but we need to be delivering better on our outcomes and ensure that the well-being of the residents of Vancouver is our first priority. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Thanks,
Councillor-
Chair Fry. I'm wondering if I can ask a point of information through you to staff, possibly a couple points of information. And the first one is, I know we've gotten sort of glances ahead at the budget. I know we're all conscious of the many pressures and constraints on each budget, and particularly this one. So looking at point one in particular here, I'm wondering if our staff have on hand, I know this is a member motion, but have on hand as a reminder, a kind of estimate of if we were just looking at last year's budget with inflationary costs and wage increases, what that would roughly take us to as a tax increase.
City Manager.
Patrice
Thanks.
is here if that's helpful,
Yeah.
Karen. I think
Oh,
yeah.
even better.
Hi. Hi. Yeah, we have done forecasts for next year just with our current staffing and wage increases and known increments for next year that are already planned for. And that increase would be well above the 3% and the 5%. And so we would be looking at reductions to bring that down to a lower rate. I just want to mention that with the original motion, we would still be bringing back options to council as I read it at lower rates as well. Sort of like we did last year, we provided a 3%, a 4%, and a 5%. And I think our intention was to do that as well.
Okay, thanks.
Did that answer your question, Councillor?
It does, yes. And I
Okay.
just have one follow-up question to that, which is if council were to decide today to keep the property tax at 3% or lower, is there a path where we could do that wouldn't involve layoffs of staff or cuts to services?
That as we bring back options to council, we would sort of outline all of those pieces. I think when we just look at last year's options, it did at that level, we would have reduced staff. It's whether we have enough attrition to do that without layoffs or whether layoffs are required. And that will differ by business unit. So we would bring that detail by business unit to you in the options analysis.
Okay, thanks. Thanks so much for those answers. So I'll just say I'm going to speak in opposition to these changes. My memory is that in the options that came before council in our last budget process, which I agree was of course very challenging, but also very thorough. And I know many of us put in, probably everyone put in a lot of time into figuring out the right balance and approach there. My memory is that the options in order to keep a tax increase down to a number like 3 involved having to consider closing small libraries, additional holding of vacancies that would have delayed services, like very real impacts to the lives of residents. And residents' lives have been impacted a great deal already. And I think we need to be taking a wide enough lens of this budget in terms of the options that we ask to bring back to us, that we can be making those decisions thoughtfully and really taking into consideration the impacts that budget cuts have on people's lives, rather than saying 3% now and then trying to dance around it later. There aren't ways in which we hold these numbers so low that don't impact people. And so if a majority of council decides in the end that they want to keep these numbers low, that's going to have to be balanced out with owning what those impacts are, and certainly without seeing them laid out in front of me, I'm not comfortable making that decision now. I think, as Councillor Weep said, we have to be very thoughtful about what this means for the lives of people living here, and so I'm happy to support the mayor's original motion and to be seeing options at around 5 and below, but I think that passing this amendment right now would be would put us in a very bad place in terms of being thoughtful and doing due diligence on this very important budget decision.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Next, Councillor Kirby Young to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it's an important discussion because the signal that we send to the residents and the businesses of Vancouver during when we're still in the thick of COVID and we're clearly looking ahead to recovery year is really important. There's a couple of things that stand out for me in this amendment, and one is that it says a set of planning target, not an actual, but a target for planning. And when we have a target that's higher, like last year when we had the 5%, and we got other scenarios back that were lower, yes, but we also got higher ones at 6, 7, and 8%. And here's the additional things that the city could do. But I don't think anybody realistically thought that when you have a target set at 5, that they were going to see a property tax increase that was less than that. And that's literally what came to pass here. I don't know. And most businesses, a lot of them, there's some that are doing well, but there's a lot that are not, that are experiencing negative revenue, and a lot of individuals that are hurting too, that are seeing a drop in their own, in loss of jobs or income, they're on CERB, or they're not getting the same revenue in, and they're certainly not getting above cost of living increases. So, you know, I try to really look at it from the perspective of those individuals who are going out to work if they can, and with our hard-earned money trying to make it in a very expensive city. And I think 3% is a reasonable target. Again, that's not the final amount that staff has to adopt, but it sends a message, I think very clearly, that we're looking to be reasonable in our expenditures. And we know that we're going to have less revenue, and we're going to have to be very prudent with our dollars. And that doesn't always necessarily mean cutting services. It can mean paring back capital plans and other things that impact as well with respect to borrowing. I think everybody would agree that maintaining those customer-facing services are really important. We have to have an increase. We have to make sure that we keep pace with wages and our collective contracts and agreements. I think that this allows for that. But I also think that it'll send a little bit of comfort and a little bit of a message back. It also provides, I think, very clear direction to staff here in terms of building off what our current situation is, because it's very clear to me in setting the baseline budget for what we're operating in now. There's no point really going back to the beginning of our term and using that as a baseline, because the world has imploded and we are in the middle of COVID. So I think we need to be realistic in terms of that baseline that we're working from now, because it's going to take a little while until we're out of that. So for that reason, I think there's a number of things that I think have merit about the amendment. I still think we'll get the different scenarios back. I still think we'll be able to have those different conversations, but I do think it sends a message that you don't, to the residents of the small business, you don't, it's not a done deal. You're going to get a 5% increase every year, no matter what. And the first 2 years of this council were higher, and it's not a great track record for me of what I want to sit on. I want to try to be more responsive, and if there's a really good rationale we want to articulate to the public to go above that, then it's incumbent on council at the time to communicate and sell that as to why that is the case. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bly to the amendment.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just have a question, a point of information, if you will allow it. So I'll ask it first. Is to the mover of the motion, I'm wondering if Councillor Hardwick considered amending the mayor's motion to be more inclusive of sort of a range, noting that the language very much in the amendment is talking about setting a planning target, and whether or not it was considered to sort of set that target and be more inclusive to what the mayor's intent was here, which was no more than 5%. To me, they are really achieving the same thing, but
the mayor's motion has more space, has more options available for staff to sort of work within, and the goal being, of course, to give staff some guiding, some sort of guidelines in order to produce this budget. So that's really my question, is trying to understand why did you go this route with this particular?
Right. I can answer that question. And you'll see I've gone into considerably more detail in the overall approach, but as Councillor Kirby-Young pointed out in her commentary, there's a difference between saying no more than a number and then targeting something that is below that. Target, if I'm setting goals for people, setting targets for them, that's something that they're going to achieve rather than they're going to push right up to the limit of no more than. So psychologically, I think it has also an impact on the way that we problem solve. I tried to be thoughtful and careful in the way that I elaborated on that below in the sections, particularly looking at the relationship between the operating and capital budgets and how they intersect, and also looking at the other parts of this. We're providing enough time for council to get involved in the late fall and in the winter in a way that isn't articulated. So if your question, Councillor Bly, is why didn't I just build off of the mayor's motion and add 1 to 4 and that's afterwards? The reason really, the initial reason was because there's a difference between setting a target increase that you aim for or saying no more than this. It's a semantic difference, but it has a psychological impact.
Okay, I appreciate that. We're in debate, right, Chair?
We are on this amendment, yes.
Yeah. So I'm not going to support the amendment. I think that, you know, I think that it's actually for a really simple reason that I can't really sort of talk around, and it's that we have to be very responsible as a council at this particular moment. Yes, to balance affordability for residents across the city, but what we know is that COVID hit marginalized people more than anybody else, like in a dramatic way. So to consider who uses public services, those people use public services more than anybody else. So I just think that the mayor's motion is, I actually think, well, it's fair. I actually think it is still conservative in terms of the financial pressures that we're under as a city. And we have to be able to give staff the space to be able to bring back options for us to contemplate. I don't mind all of the other, you know, articulation around the process and how we do it. And that actually could have been another motion that would have been probably well received, because I think that's helpful. But I think a target of 3% or no more than 5%, it is semantics. And it also sends the wrong message to people who are really relying on us to be able to deliver services that they need day to day. And so I'm not willing to support scarcity and austerity at this time. I'm willing to support the fact that we have to take very thoughtful consideration of how we best set up the next year to 2 years and balance the needs. And we can't do that with an amendment right now that says that really the target's at 3%, because to me, staff could come back and say, well, we would be laying off these people, we'd be closing libraries, closing community centers, reducing all these hours, and then we'd land at 5% anyways. But we would have had to go through 8 months of really sending a message to people that this council is going to risk a lot in order to keep a tax rate low. And I've supported lower tax rates for my entire term.
That's your time,
but we're in a completely different situation now. So I'm not going to support this at all.
Thank you. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and Councillor Bly took the words right out of my mouth. I totally agree with their point. You know, actually, there is a responsibility we have, and that's to ensure the people of the city are well served by city services in a very tough time. I'm having a very tough time even considering the limit or the aim of 5%. And that's because I do believe in evidence-based decision making. I do believe in getting the information I need in order to make the right call. I'm certainly more willing to support that than this at 3%. Just reminding councillors that this is a year that's going to see increase in wages because it is a for our staff that it is a year where the negotiations are going on with our collective agreements. And these are for staff who we demanded so much of them and they gave so willingly last year through COVID in terms of furloughs, in terms of many women, particularly in the Vancouver Public Library, being laid off during times of incredible stress. The work was immense and they did it so well during this time. So that's just one element of the need to look at what we must put into the budget in order to meet the demands that really the people of this city are asking of us. And I totally believe that it's not all about money for people in this city. I mean, they live in Vancouver because they love the city and they love the kinds of services and the opportunities that they have here. During COVID, we've all been under stress, but I know that, people loved being able to get out into our parks. I know they want clean streets. I know they want housing for the homeless and affordable housing for everyone. I know they want the arts and culture. They want their small businesses locally to survive. They love them. All of these things do require investments on our part as a city council. I want that information from staff. Lay it out for me in terms of what we need to do to meet the needs and the desires of the people of the city to live a really decent and good life here. And that's where we should land in terms of a budget. I'm not going to support this amendment. I'll probably reluctantly support the mayor's motion. It's where we were last year, and I think, or it's the same motion. And we did land, I think, in a good place given all of the challenges. But I'm really very much looking forward to staff supplying us with the information we need to make fiscally and fiscally responsible decision again to meet the needs of people in the city and their desires. You might be on mute, Chair.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Swanson to the amendment.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. That was really astute of Councillor Bly to say that the most marginalized are the most affected by COVID, which is of course true. We just passed 0.5% of tax to business, probably the most well-off business. 2% will go to inflation. That leaves us 0.5%. Our revenues aren't up to normal yet. We don't know if we'll get federal and provincial money. I would like to end library fees. I want to make housing more affordable. I want to keep working on climate change. I want community-led services to replace police. So I'm not willing to go to 3% or even 5%. And I just want to say again to the province, it's absolutely insane that cities don't have the ability to tax based on ability to pay, and we need to get that power.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson.
I still have some time left.
Yes, I see you've got 2 minutes left, Councillor DiGenova, to the amendment.
Thanks. Just in hearing some of the commentary from my colleagues in debate, I feel compelled to also note that there are people who are affected by our decisions and the unintended consequences of that. I would, I kind of felt like it was a bit of a double-edged sword when the province suggested, although I think it's a great initiative, and it was done under the previous Minister of Housing and Municipal Services, that rents not be increased more than 2.2% per year. But the unintended consequence of that, and what we see here at council, and we've heard the stories, it's that people get evicted. It might not be legal, but that's up to the residential tenancy board whether or not, that person's claim against their landlord, that has nothing to do with us. But if a landlord's taxes go up beyond what they're able to pass on to their tenant, and people living in basement suites especially, I think about them as the most vulnerable when it comes to sort of looking at our housing security, as to people who are housed, who are just barely scraping by, if they're able to pay their rent at all right now during COVID. But and there have been some reprieves for them. But I think about those people and how they will be evicted. And we can say we're sorry, we didn't know, that wasn't our intention. But I think that there are some unintended consequences of going above inflation. So I think that we have to look at what the provincial government has done, and considering housing security in our city is an issue. I think that, this motion from Councillor Hardwick, this amendment, is very well timed, and it's another reason I'll be supporting it. And I hope all of my colleagues who spoke about the reason we needed to possibly increase taxes will also consider that in their vote.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Mayor Stewart, to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair Pry. So really the choice here is, do we do scenarios as my motion proposes, for probably each percentage point up to 5%. This motion just simply says, let's not do the 4% and 5% scenarios. So just based on the debate here, I think there is a fairly wide range of opinion, and I think the doing a larger range of scenarios, the same thing we did last year, is the prudent way to go. I would say too that 3% is of course above inflation. So really, for those who want to hold things at inflation, you'd be at probably 2% or lower, which I think would be extremely problematic, and would involve a lot of pain for a lot of people, including staff here at the city, but also those who enjoy services. So for me, again, we do have the official vote in December on this, but this would give staff certainty, and they could, if we don't vote for this amendment, then they could prepare the scenarios similar to what they prepared last year, and so I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have 1 minute and 48 seconds left to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of brief comments in response to the dialogue that I'm hearing, and maybe it's helpful sometimes to just use a personal example. I just don't understand, and I can't reconcile in my head sort of the math and the reality, along with comments that I hear from councillors, because I hear we want more funds and we want to do all of these great things and deliver services, but I don't know who they think is going to have those additional funds to keep chipping away above and beyond what people are receiving. So, I'll share personally, maybe this will bring the story to life, because I don't want to preclude sharing others' private stories, but last year we took a 10% pay cut. I think the adjustment that was determined was somewhere around 1%, certainly wasn't the 5% that was levied on property taxes. Property taxes went up, food costs went up, insurance went up, salaries down 10%. Meanwhile, the adjustments are not keeping pace with it, and yet the expenses continue to grow. And what happens? That I go deeper in the hole, into a personal overdraft, trying to make a go of it on the council salary, which is pegged at sort of the median in Vancouver, and I believe that's the rationale behind it. So I'm just using myself as an example of one. I don't understand the math as to councillors around the table that are saying, well, we need more money to do these things. People aren't getting more money. I mean, if we just look at our own individual situation, that math doesn't even square. And we hear from businesses that are hanging on, that are a fraction of the revenue that they have done previously to make it through. So that just doesn't compute to me. And I think it's really important to personalize this and make it real, and move from the abstract sort of construct into what does this mean for the individuals. And there are people that are in far worse situations than I am. And last year, and mine is not uncommon. So I don't think that this is about austerity. As it was indicated, this is above inflation. This meets the collective agreements. We need to prioritize those services.
That's your time,
But
Councillor.
okay, but I do think that sets reality. It also, I just want to note that staff did say that they would bring targets forth with this one and with any of the scenarios. So I just want to clarify that for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, to your amendment, you've got just under 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on this. Choosing the number of 3% was intentionally above inflation. I mean, we've seen in other jurisdictions, other municipalities that have been saying we're going to have a 0% increase in property taxes in light of the pandemic and the stress that it's putting on everyone. And I didn't do that here. I might have in the past, but I was trying to be considered and modulated in my approach. I don't consider this as being particularly onerous, and it wasn't intended to do a slash and burn kind of approach. Rather, I consulted with senior finance people for their suggestions that are knowledgeable in this area, which is why I crafted it as carefully as I did. And I would hope that if the council decides not to approve my amendment, that staff will look very carefully at the steps that I've touched on here and in this amendment, and that it will be possible for council to see a preliminary budget before Halloween and have a series of workshops at the end of the year. This is not about scarcity. Well, although we do have scarce funds, scarcer than we've had to deal with certainly in the last, well, since the crash in 2008, 2009. And it is our responsibility to be thinking about all the people, and that includes the people that are going to be paying property taxes directly and the ones that are going to bear the brunt of it, because it will be borne down on, although as Councillor DiGenova pointed out, we do have limits to rent increases, and appropriately so. But we are not in the position of the senior levels of government, as I've heard figuratively anyway, talking about printing more money. We don't have that ability. And we don't have the ability to go in endlessly into our reserves. What we do have the ability to do is be very particular and systematic in the way that we examine what we're doing in each of the key areas and make those adjustments properly. You know, for now, not forever, but for now. I think I've heard that somewhere before. So I do very strongly feel this is an appropriate approach, and I do hope council will see it for what it was intended. And I thank you for your consideration.
You're welcome, and thank you, Councillor Hardwick. All right, folks, seeing no further speakers on the queue, if the clerk can pull up the voting queue to the amendment on your screen, to the amendment. And clerk, if you can let me know when the votes are all in, please. And that fails with Mayor Stewart, Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Bly in opposition. All right, moving back to the main queue on the motion. I don't see any speakers on the queue. Seeing no speakers on the queue, I think, clerk, unless I see anybody waving frantically on screen, we can
No
move.
speakers on queue.
Okay, then we can move to a vote, please. To the motion. All right, and that passes with Councillors DiGenova, Swanson, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby Young in opposition. All right, back to you, Mayor.
Thanks so much, Deputy Mayor Fry. We're on to our next motion, which is affirming support for the Formula E World Championship. Councillor Kirby Young, you have 2 minutes to introduce this, and then there can be questions from council. I'm just going to try and move this over here. I'll just put you on the queue. Go ahead, up to 2 minutes, and I'll start your clock whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hoping to tag team this on questions later with Councillor Weave, because I'm very pleased to be bringing this motion jointly in partnership with him. The motion is really about Vancouver grabbing hold of the opportunity to host the Canadian round and be a host city for a summer 2022 Formula E event. And we believe this event will bring hope to our hobbled tourism sector that is on its knees, as everybody knows, with the impact of COVID-19, that it will support our economic recovery and building back better by welcoming green events and bringing some much needed fun and something to look forward to for our residents. For those not familiar, Formula E is a single-seat motorsports event using entirely electric vehicles that started in 2014. It's more than just a race, though. It's an opportunity to showcase and champion the electrification of transportation in support of Vancouver's and this council's ambitious climate goals. There are 3 components to the event: a one-day all-electric open-wheel race, a 2-day conference focusing on climate and sustainability that brings leaders together in the electrification of transportation, and then music concerts as the 3rd element. The OSS Group is a private promoter of the Formula E World Championship who have identified Vancouver as their first and preferred choice to stage the event. I know that other Canadian cities are interested in hosting if Vancouver doesn't take up this opportunity, including Montreal, who have reached out to me. So the real driving force, as I said, is supporting our hard-hit tourism sector, but there are so many wins with this event, including the fact it's a net zero emission event certified by the UN. The idea of bringing a level of dialogue into the city with experts in the electrification space, I think will have a lot of benefits. It's also a lot of fun, and I think our residents could use a lot of fun right now. So from that perspective, it's a win-win. It was also important to Councillor Weave and I in bringing the motion to Council that there would be no investment required by the city to host the event, and any city services that are used would be fully recoverable by the organizer as specified in the motion. So a lot of automakers have utilized races like this in order to advance electric battery technology. We've seen it in a number of cities around the world. It's easy on the ears, unlike the people that remember the days of Molson Indy. It comes in under the city's decibel level in the noise bylaw, quieter than a SkyTrain.
Thanks. That's the 2 minutes, but you do have questions. Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Thanks very much. I was just wondering, Councillor Kirby-Young or Councillor Weeb, if you could please tell me if there was any reason that the 2014 motion, it was before I was on council, Councillor Carr was here, that was moved by Councillor Ball and seconded by Councillor Affleck, titled Vancouver as a Future Host City for the FIA Formula E Championship, was not included in your whereases. If not, I do have an amendment for afterwards, but just wondered why.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
I think Councillor Weave is going to field questions.
You can't really. We just have to stick with the mover of the motion at this point.
Okay, I'll respond to that. I think that 2014 was 7 years ago and it didn't move forward at that time. This is an entirely different proponent for this event. And so it was really looking at the opportunity in the context of the current day.
And do you still support consultation, which was noted in that motion? Just a yes or no is fine.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very
Councillor
much.
Fry, up to a minute.
Yeah, appreciate the clarification around the new proponent and the time between the last application. I'm curious, does this project contemplate any kind of legacy benefits for the city of Vancouver and the region?
Yeah, thanks for asking that question, Councillor Fry. I ran out of time. It does, and it includes a couple of proposed. One is the legacy of electric charging infrastructure to help advance the city's goals in that area and specifically support the Northeast False Creek neighborhood, which was welcomed in discussions that we have had with the False Creek residents. And the other is the opportunity to involve underprivileged kids in participating and being part of the event. They now have initiatives like Grid Kids, where kids can really be active participants, or simply the opportunity to attend and be part of it.
That's great. Thanks. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I have a couple questions, so I'll get through what I can. My first is thinking about that this is a multi-year event and the area it's being proposed in has a number of changes. The one on the top of my mind, of course, is the work with the Hogan's Alley Society. And so I'm curious if there have been any conversations with the Hogan's Alley Society about this multi-year event and how it fits with the plans in that neighborhood.
Not at this point, Councillor Boyle, but I think certainly those would be welcome. I think the timing on sort of any material changes with the viaducts and that is down the road. But I also think, to your other point, that these events were hosted in urban environments around the world that are constantly changing. So I think the organizers are pretty alive to that.
Okay, and the other question I can ask of staff later, but I'll ask now too, is around the legacy piece around chargers, electric chargers in that neighborhood. I'd be interested to hear if that's where we most need chargers. I know there's a lot of multifamily housing. I'll save that question.
I think it's a great question and it could be flexible.
Thanks.
Okay, that's it for questions for Councillor Kirby-Young. We
Move referral to committee
yeah,
to hear from speakers.
I think it goes to Councillor Weed because he's
sorry.
host better. Yep, that's
sorry.
okay. And so we have received requests to speak to this motion. So if we want to hear those, we can refer to the committee tomorrow, which starts at 9:30 a.m. Anybody like to move that referral?
So moved. Councillor DiGenova.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Weeb, seconder. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay.
Yay.
Okay, great. So that is referred to the standing committee for tomorrow. We're on to motion 4, which is incorporating a bike safety index into urban and active transportation planning. We've got Councillor Fry for up to 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And so this motion came about as a result actually of an article I read last year, and was contemplating seeing if I could bring this forward as a memo briefing to all of us. Then, of course, things got complicated with COVID. It was a report I read that really contemplated the disconnect and the sort of dichotomy between what we currently contemplate as walkability or bikeability scores, which really indicate the relative distance, the comfort, the amount of amenities on a given route, and determine that score in relation to wherever you're located. What it didn't contemplate necessarily was safety factors. So in the absence of that contemplation, there's sort of sometimes a misperception that some of our walkable or bikeable locations are in fact safer than they are. And I was reminded of this when I saw a bike pileup on the Union bike path by my house, which is arguably one of the most heavily used bike routes in the city, and is also one that factors to our bikeability score here in Strathcona. I had the occasion to speak to the author of the study last year, Dr. Tarek Syed, who is a professor at the Transportation Engineering Department at UBC, and realized there's a ton of really innovative work that's happening right here in Vancouver at UBC. And in fact, Dr. Syed instructed some very key members of our staff, including Mr. Storer and Mr. Leclerc. And I just thought this was a real opportunity for us to add to our approach to bikeability in the city of Vancouver. And yeah, and that's that.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle, questions up to a minute.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. I was interested to read the letter from Hub outlining that this isn't a high priority for them, and that we have the data and those real infrastructure changes are more of a priority. I'm just interested in hearing your thoughts in terms of, we can't do everything, and is this the thing we should be focused on?
Yeah, I read that as well. I think they may not have fully understood the work that's going on in this capacity, and Dr. Syed will be coming to speak to this tomorrow. I think what's important to articulate, this isn't a high cost ask. This is actually a pretty simple piece of adding to our existing kind of analysis around safety and usability of bike routes. So the idea is to really improve and really highlight where we need to make those improvements. So in particular, in the case of the Union bike route, where I saw this pileup, what went wrong there? What can we do to improve that safety at the intersection of Union and Gore, for instance?
Okay,
I'm out of time.
thanks for that answer.
Great. Thanks so much. Sorry, Councillor Carr, you have up to a minute.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Fry, I wonder if you could inform us as to what sort of people within the public are more reluctant to bike because of safety issues. If this really would impact certain members of the public even more than others.
Well, I think that we statistically know that women tend to be more reluctant to engage in cycling, and obviously new cyclists and younger people. But I think where this really is the opportunity is to really highlight where we have areas that otherwise score high on bikeability scores and may I don't want to say delude, but may have people thinking that it's safer than it is because it has a high bikeability score, and where we can make sure that in fact they are eminently safe as well, especially for new cyclists or people who might not be comfortable.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. So we have speakers for this. Somebody like to first second the motion?
Second.
Councillor Carr, thank you. Do we have someone to move it to hear from speakers tomorrow starting at 9:30?
So moved, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Nay? Great. Okay, thanks. We're on to next the accessible voting options for municipal elections. Councillor Weave, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to read from the co-chairs of the Person with Disability Advisory Committee, who stated that they are champions in the issue of accessibility as it pertains to all aspects of life for persons with disabilities residing in the City of Vancouver. This pursuit encompasses the right of such citizens to exercise their democratic right to participate in civic elections, particularly in the next election scheduled for October 22nd. 2022. However, the present electoral process does not, in our opinion, fully recognize accessibility issues involving our most vulnerable citizens, especially those voters with disabilities whose ability to participate in the electoral process is currently restricted by the absence of accessible voting options, particularly telephone voting. It is essential that these voters are not excluded from the electoral process by barriers which, due to their circumstances and through no fault of their own, they cannot overcome. This would include the voters who have sight limitations, those who are homebound, and those who are unable to mark a ballot independently due to a disability. The city has already committed itself to recognizing the importance of accessibility through its ongoing development of the Accessible City Strategy. The issue of accessible electoral process is very much in line with the commitment. PDAC respectively requests that the Council support this proposed motion in recognition of the needs to address existing barriers to the accessible electoral process. This motion has been vetted multiple times through the Person with Disability Advisory Committee, and I really want to highlight that telephone voting is really their #1 priority, recognizing that that affects the most vulnerable people in the city. You're on mute, Mayor. You're still on mute.
That's really strange. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby, on up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Weave. I was going to ask you if it was not realistic to do all of these, which was the most important, and you've identified that, saying telephone. Can you just kind of identify what it really means to somebody from a personal point of view to be able to participate and vote?
Yeah, so there was multiple stories of people that are blind or have heart arthritis or pain and not being involved in the democratic process is part of what was identified in the Healthy City strategy, that these people cannot be involved in civic process, and that makes them feel disconnected from the city that they belong. And I think this is really critical in the work we do.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor DeGenova, up to a minute.
Thanks very much, Councillor Weeb. I know we've both sat as liaisons, and you being the most recent liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. As the committee has concluded its work, do you see them still being willing to participate in a process moving forward? I'm not sure who will be chosen to be on the committee this time around. I'm sure we'll see nominations. The nominations committee make recommendations, but I just want to make sure it's inclusive of all of the work that has been done. So is that something you see moving forward?
Yes, and the two co-chairs have offered and others have offered to be involved in the process. This is something that actually started when we were on the Person with Disability Advisory Committee, and they were trying to push in 2017 to have it ready for the 2018 election, and recognizing they've been working with our clerk team since then. So this has been something that's been long going, and I think it's time for us to stand up and make this change.
And for that reason, I'm happy to second it if you'd like.
Okay, well, that's actually perfect timing. So we've got it seconded and we can move on to the queue. There are no speakers, council, so signed up for this. So we go immediately into debate. And so I have Councillor Kirby-Young on the list, up to 5 minutes for debate.
No, I'm really happy to support this motion. I appreciate deeply the sentiment behind this motion brought forward by Councillor Weeb, because I think participation in democracy is a fundamental right and a privilege, and for people to have impediments to be able to doing that is genuinely heartbreaking to see. I am realistic that changes to the charter are not easy to come by and do take a period of time. So I think that the time frame is ambitious, and I don't see that being likely to be achieved to get a charter change and be able to implement logistically in time for the 2022 municipal election. So I believe that that's aspirational, but I do think this is something that we should be striving for moving forward. And I think it's been well supported by, as was mentioned, the Persons with Disabilities and Seniors Advisory Committee. So I'm very happy to support the motion, and I thank Councillor Weed for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, debate.
Thanks very much. I also appreciate Councillor Weed bringing this motion forward, and remember these conversations fondly from my time that I missed on the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. And also these conversations were had when I was a Park Board Commissioner. I was the liaison from Park Board to the Seniors Advisory Committee. That being said, I think that accessible voting options are so important. Also, you know, seeing it firsthand growing up with my grandfather being completely legally blind, although he didn't receive a guide dog from the CNIB until he had grandchildren. He learned how to get around our city, but he still had a lot of difficulties, and I just sharing my own personal experience in that, and also in working with people with disabilities who need housing in our city, seeing, you know, issues that make me imagine what happens if an elevator's broken on voting day. How do we make sure that people who really want to be engaged and want to vote, and that we make decisions here for on a daily basis, have a say? So I think that this is really important. Appreciate again this motion coming forward. Also want to acknowledge and appreciate the work of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. I know that they you know, put 100% into everything they do, and they don't do anything half-heartedly, from my experience in working with them and being their liaison in the past. So thanks, Councillor Weeb, and I do support this.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I am a big supporter of digital democracy, and over the last decade have spent a lot of time exploring this and looking at examples like Estonia, for example, where we're able to do virtually everything up to national elections online. So the prospect of making voting more accessible, and in this case, you know, we're looking at a specific cohort of society, but I think this is broadly something that we should be taking very seriously, and certainly our experience during COVID and the pandemic should demonstrate to us the need to be doing more online in terms of our decision making, individually and collectively. I do know that this idea has been DOA at Elections BC over the last decade, as they have not seen it acceptable at the provincial level. So why would they think it would be acceptable at the municipal level? But hope springs eternal, and I see this as a move in the right direction, so I will support.
Thank you. We have Councillor Dominato next.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to the committee for identifying this issue and bringing it forward, and to Councillor Weeb as well, champion it. And I know Councillor Weeb is a champion for issues related to people with disabilities. And I think I support the motion wholeheartedly. I think it needs to be looked at different options to support residents from participating fully in our democracy, in our electoral system. And so happy to support it, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thanks. That's it for speakers. Oh, Councillor Dejanova, you have some time left. Councillor Dejanova.
I saw myself on the queue. I was trying to take myself off. I have this double thing going on. My apologies.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll move to a vote on this this one. Calling the vote now. If anybody needs a vote assist, let me know. Otherwise, There you go, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato? We lost Councillor. Oh, I see her screen's frozen. I just saw Councillor Dominato's screen has got a yellow triangle, so just have to pause here for a second, Council, at 4:16. The next segment of the agenda is a notice of council members' motions, but we do have to wait for Councillor Dominato.
It's Councillor Dominato. I just got kicked off my system. I'm in favor of the motion. Can I get a vote on this though?
Absolutely. Let's have the clerks mark that, and that motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Council. Okay, so we're going now to notice of members' motions. Sorry, let's pull up my queue here. And
Mayor, I think there was a queue and I think it just got cleared, not wiped out. It was a queue of 5 councillors.
oh, I'm just putting us on the question queue, and I've got 4 councillors on it: Councillor Dejanova, yourself, Councillor Kirby Young, Swanson, Weeb, and Fry.
Okay.
Councillor,
Can I call notice on a motion, Mayor?
There was a queue already though, Mayor.
I'm just following the queue that I have here. Councillor Dejanova, do you have notice of council members?
I do. And the notice of motion is issuing a formal apology from the City of Vancouver during Italian Heritage Month 2021 for the treatment of Italian Canadians during the Second World War. And I've just sent that into the clerk. And that will be co-submitted by myself and Councillor Dejanova, and seconded by Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. And Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. I have one notice of motion entitled Granville Street Promenade, a People First Pedestrian Friendly Summer 2021 Pilot.
Thank you. And Councillor Swanson.
I have a notice of motion saving lives with the WTO TRIPS waiver.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, motion on notice accessible washroom and elevators on Broadway line extension.
Okay, thanks. And just a reminder to councillors to send in your titles to the clerk by email. Thanks. Councillor Fry.
And just a reminder to include the date when you, as the clerk kindly reminded me. Yeah,
yes,
clerk kindly reminded me of that. Thank you. I have 2 to call notice on. Number 1, co-submitting with Councillor Dejanova, prioritizing Commercial Drive as a pedestrian first high street. And the second, co-submitting with Councillor Dominato, mitigating and managing graffiti in Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a motion on notice for the May 18th meeting entitled Reducing Barriers and Deepening Affordability for Nonprofit, Co-op, and Social Housing in Every Neighborhood.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, Mayor, actually, I didn't see anyone else on the list, so I'm on to speak to the next item, which is new business.
Okay, cool. I don't see anybody else on the queue for agenda item 12, which is the notice of council members' motions. So we'll move to new business now on the same queue. So we do actually, before we get there, we've got a couple of things, Councillor Carr. First is a motion of new business is a change to the 2021 Auditor General Recruitment Committee's meeting, moved by Councillor Hardwick, that the meeting on Friday, April 30th at 1 p.m. be canceled, and that a new meeting date be added on Tuesday, May 25th at 3 p.m. So do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
And opposed nay. Thanks. The second notice of... Okay, thank you. Second motion of new business is a request for leave of absence for myself for civic business on meetings, for meetings on April 28th from 11 till 1. And I could ask move it. Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, that passes. Thanks. So I'll go to the queue now. Councillor Carr, you're on for new business.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm tabling a motion under new business because of the timeliness, especially in regards to an upcoming meeting this Friday of Metro Vancouver. My motion is Vancouver supports Help Cities Lead campaign. The Help Cities Lead is an education and awareness campaign to build support for focused collaboration between the province and local governments on climate policy. It's led by BC Climate Caucus members, as well as members of the BC Hydro Community Energy Managers Network and the Pembina Institute. This team identified 5 regulatory measures where additional authority for municipalities would help us accelerate our climate action and reduce GHGs. Those are number 1, regulating GHG emissions for new buildings; 2, regulating GHG emissions for existing buildings; 3, mandatory building energy benchmarking and reporting; 4, mandatory home energy labeling; 5, property assessed clean energy or PACE financing. The direction to implement 3 of these measures actually have been included in the province's ministerial mandate letters that were issued last November, but they have not yet been implemented. Um, However, the building energy benchmarking and the GHG requirements for existing buildings were not mentioned in mandate letters. So there is a real hope to urge the province to implement all 5 measures. The city of Vancouver does have, of course, our own building bylaws. So we've been able to already establish GHG requirements for existing buildings. And through our climate emergency action plan, all of the 5 measures that are being called for by the Help Cities Lead campaign are consistent with what we are either doing or that we are committed to do under that climate emergency action plan. Metro Vancouver Climate Action Committee in particular that I chair did receive correspondence from the District of North Van, City of Port Moody, and the City of Victoria asking Metro Vancouver to support the Help Cities Lead campaign. Um, and other Metro, I just want to note for your interest that other Metro Van member municipalities have joined the campaign, including the City of North Van, the District of West Van, Langley, and Maple Ridge. And that request for the Metro Vancouver board to support this campaign will be on the scheduled meeting agenda for this Friday, April 30th. I would really like to be able to say at that time, at that Metro meeting, that Vancouver is also one of the member municipalities that is supporting this campaign. This motion just asks that we formally endorse, that council formally endorse the Help City Lead campaign and take the action. These actions are consistent with what the other member municipalities that are endorsing the campaign are doing, which is to write a letter asking the mayor to write a letter on our behalf to the Premier British Columbia and the following provincial ministers of environment and climate change, of municipal affairs, of energy mines and low carbon innovation, of finance, and Attorney General Minister also responsible for housing. It's also asking that we support staff participation in activities that support the Help Cities Lead campaign, including information sharing presentations to other municipal councils. And I believe our staff are already to some degree engaged in this. And I have passed this by staff, and staff are supportive.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second.
Boyle.
I heard Councillor Weave. I'm going to clear this queue. Anybody want to speak to this? Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 5.
Yeah, I think it's good, but I have an amendment designed to protect renters that I sent a while back.
Okay, the clerks have that. If you do, can you just pull it up on screen?
So it just
Yes,
says
one
that
moment.
Okay, thanks. Second, Councillor Swanson. Or you can speak to it while it's being pulled up.
Just a point of privilege. When was it sent?
This morning.
It's not really a point of privilege. Go ahead. It's coming up on screen.
That council seek confirmation that the PACE financing for rental buildings will not result in rent increases. So yeah, I just want to make sure that this is not trying to set us up to deal with climate change isn't used as yet another excuse to bring rent increases and evict people. So I'm
Okay.
hoping we can do this.
Do we have a
Otherwise, I'm
seconder for
fine
this?
with the motion. I think it's good.
Yes, I'll second it.
Thank you. We'll go to the amendment queue. Would anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Deschanova?
I just wanted to ask a question of staff.
Mayor
Mayor Stewart, through a point of information. Yes.
Sure thing.
My question to staff would be, is there any concern at all? And I understand this member motion, and I understand that the mover of the motion was hoping to deal with this today for reasons that are imminent. So I was happy to do that. I'm just a bit concerned as to what this is going to signal to the owners of these units. That, I mean, there's already provincial limitations on what increases a renter can be charged, but I'm just in wanting to make sure that we see rental housing move forward and flourish and be encouraged in the future. I'm just wondering if staff have any comments on that specifically as to any concerns.
Yeah, again, this is a short timeline for staff.
I acknowledge that. I just wanted to ask
Yeah.
because I have to make a decision. I have a short timeline to make a decision too.
Staff, do
Mayor
you have any
Stewart.
immediate comments, knowing that you just got this and the amendment?
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. If I read the amendment, it calls for obtaining confirmation from the province. So, I mean, we can certainly seek that. In terms of the implications beyond that, no, obviously we haven't had time at this point to assess that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deschanova. Okay.
So yes, but in supporting this, there would be no way that the council, even if moving forward with the work set out in Councillor Carr's motion, if it was confirmed that this wasn't the case as to Councillor Swanson's amendment, that would just be the report back to us that it was or wasn't. It wouldn't change the way staff were moving forward with the original motion. Is that correct? Through a point of information follow-up?
Yeah, just look at the operating verb here. It says seek confirmation, and there's no other action assigned to staff here. So it would really just be an exchange of information at this point.
I just wanted to know how staff viewed it, Mayor. That's why I'd asked.
Right, I think you had your answer, but the city manager.
I just wanted to know that staff would move forward with this work.
The city manager have anything else to add?
Yeah, we don't, I mean, again, the motion largely calls for advocacy and then some additional, presentations and things like that staff would be doing. This is one additional piece of information we understand the motion would be seeking. So we don't see it as necessarily disrupting the other parts of the motion and staff's involvement in that.
Thanks so much. As staff will continue to advocate, regardless of what the answer is to this, I will support it.
Thanks, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. Just wanting to clarify regarding this amendment. Councillor Swanson did inform me of her concern around this issue yesterday, and I worked with her around the drafting of this. I did forward this to the manager of our sustainability office, and he is, I could circulate his email, but basically he is fine with this amendment. And I did also, perhaps all of council might want to know, did inform Councillor Swanson that that the wonderful thing about PACE financing is that the financing comes forward in such a way that typically, but it does depend on how it's designed. So I think seeking confirmation is a good idea, but it does typically come forward in a way where the payment of the loan, PACE financing is a loan, to do the energy retrofits would basically not ever exceed the amount that the building owner is currently paying in terms of energy costs to heat or cool the building. So there would not necessarily be any increased costs in terms of energy, which would, of course, be the subject of concern for Councillor Swanson's amendment here. But I think seeking confirmation, just to confirm, was not seen as a concern of staff in terms of their response to me on this issue, which I did forward to Councillor Swanson.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else in this amendment queue, so let's call a vote on this amendment. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Hardwick.
In favor.
Okay, thanks. Clerks, if you could mark that, please. And that is that amendment is passed unanimously. Thanks so much. We'll go back to the we're at the main queue. Councillor Swanson, did you have anything else to add?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. You have up to 5 minutes on the amended.
I'm fine. I've said what I need to say, Mayor. I actually got on that list to speak to the amendment, but then you moved us to an amendment queue.
Yeah,
So I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder if I could ask a question of the mover through you, Mayor.
Sure. Yep.
Councillor Carr, I just wonder if you could help me by providing some context, because I'm supportive of the direction, the measures, but I'm wondering if you provide some context instead of Vancouver potentially ending up, one of our challenges has been with different building bylaw codes in other municipalities and having different regulations, whether there was any thought to an approach that advocated to the province to have these abilities that they be consistent as opposed to ending up potentially with different standards or kind of measures or implementation regulations by different municipalities?
Right. That's an excellent question. Number one, you should know that the Climate Action Committee last month approved, or sorry, it was a month before that, the buildings roadmap in our Climate 2050 plan, and that included all of these measures. That staff at Metro have informed me, and they informed all of the committee members, that they are working with member municipalities, including Vancouver. I think that that consistency is certainly something that has come up also on the special committee I sat on of UBCM for climate action. I'm hopeful that this approach is one that actually does support that consistent approach, which of course would, I think, aid very much the development industry to know from municipality to municipality that there is some consistency. But it's not there yet, but that I believe is an aim.
Okay, so although not a follow up on that, and although not articulated explicitly or per se in the motion, there's been dialogue and discussion around that and that intent. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, staff are working collaboratively. Our staff are working with Metro staff, and Metro staff is working, and others are working definitely in a collaborative way.
Okay, that's good to hear. So we don't end up with a patchwork. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for speakers to this. So let's move to a vote. Councillor Dominato? Oh, sorry. Wasn't sure if you needed a vote assist. There we go. That has passed unanimously. Thanks so much. We are now moving on to, I believe it's Councillor Dominato next on the question queue. Councillor Dominato, you're next.
Mayor, I've circulated an emergency motion under new business, and hopefully all of council has received that now. And it's prefaced by the fact that many of you will have heard through the news now that Playland was set to open this coming weekend, May 1st. But as a result of some further discussions we've had with the Provincial Health Office and the new travel restrictions and the potential for that to draw people out of their health authorities, we are going to delay opening until after the May long weekend. And that was through discussions with the PHO. And so the motion before you is to direct you, Mayor, to write the Premier and Minister Mark regarding this delay in opening and to seek provincial financial support because typically Playland has 600 employees for the season. And so that's the ask. And I think it's critically important since it is an organization that's wholly owned by the city. And we have been having... Sorry. Thank you. We've been having positive discussions with the province, but this obviously is a change and shift in terms of what we had planned for opening. So that's a motion before you.
Thanks, and I heard a seconder, so we'll put it on to the main queue. If anybody else would like to speak to this one, Councillor DeGenova, up to 5.
Thanks. Mayor Stewart, I understand that, and I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward. I understand that there are a number of families that not only love the PNE and Playland, but there are a number of families who rely on the jobs that are created by the PNE and Playland and the amenities in Hastings Park. And I also am very aware at how difficult and tricky, and I think we've had this discussion before, and appreciate the work of council members to sort of try and find a way to look at. And I know Mayor Stewart, you've talked about it, the different envelopes of funding that come through the pandemic. And I mean, there are also those envelopes of funding that are federal, but they're federally, the federal government gives them to the provincial government disperses them for the federal government. So it technically isn't provincial funding, but it's federal funding. Either way, I think that this motion is not only well worded, but it looks at really making sure that we leave no stone uncovered in trying to make sure that there is that funding, so that when we are through the pandemic, there is a PNE and a Playland still, and that that those families can sleep at night, and especially the leadership of the PNE and Playland. So very much appreciate this and understand the urgency and importance of this is as Playland had tried to announce its opening, but also as we see sort of the variants and the wave of COVID. I'm keeping my fingers crossed and hoping that we can just do everything that we can to make sure that we can get everyone vaccinated before the variants get out of control, or hoping to see the numbers of vaccinations go up as we see numbers go down. I know that I'm watching carefully every day, as I'm sure all of you are as well. So for those reasons, I appreciate this motion and will be supporting it.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, Deputy Mayor Fry, if you just take over the chair while I just say a few words.
Sure thing, Mayor. Over to you.
Thanks so much. So council, been working very hard with on securing federal funding. We know other fairs in different provinces across the country received some monies from the federal government, but the PNE was left out of that. Initially, we've been having some very, I think, good movement on that front of things, just so you know. Really thanks to the work of local MPs, Jenny Kwan and Harjit Sajjan have been, the minister has been doing great work there. So we have had some movement, but this will definitely come as a blow to the PNE not opening. I was actually speaking with Vancouver Coastal Health's Dr. Patty Daly about this yesterday. So I am happy to support this. The feds have really, I think, when it all comes out in the wash, they will have done a ton to help the PNE, but I do think it's prudent now to ask the province for additional help. So I'll definitely be supporting this and happy to write and get it off as soon as possible. And also to reinforce this with ministers that I'm meeting with, and I encourage council to do the same thing. Thanks for bringing this forward, Councilor Dominato. That's it for me.
Great, and I hand the chair back to you.
Thank you so much. That's it for the main queue, so we can call a vote on this. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato.
Can I get a vote assist in favor, Mayor, please?
Sure thing.
Oh, it's working now, I think.
Okay, or it was, there we go. Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you, council, for that. And we'll get right on that. I know I've just flagged it for my staff. Okay, so we're going back to the queue here. We've Councillor Dominato, is there anything else?
Good on this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything else on this?
Inquiries? We're not there yet, are we?
We can move to inquiries now. I don't see anybody else, so go right ahead. Inquiries, over to you.
Okay, thanks very much. I was just going to ask through you to the city manager, and I don't expect an answer right now on the spot, of course, but it was asked a question that was asked, and I had told former city councilor Peter Ladner that I would follow up on this. And it's how many streets in Vancouver do we have that still are without proper sidewalks, or sidewalks that would be considered accessible? And also, what is the projected kind of completion of our curb ramp program that would see all streets in the city of Vancouver having those curb ramps that support everyone from people with mobility issues to young families with strollers, you know, even those rolling shopping carts. So just wondered if that was information that the city manager might be able to provide back to council. No rush on that right now, but certainly wanted to ask the city manager if that was information we could receive back.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, we can definitely get back to you in terms of the sidewalks and the number of streets. I believe that we do not have sidewalks currently, and also curb ramps. Yeah, we've at council's direction, we've dramatically accelerated that program, but can provide an update on that as well.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And that's all for me for right now.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr, up to 5. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, I have received a number of phone calls in follow-up to the approval that council made of a development on Georgia Street, which which will provide, I think, in the $20-something million in CACs, which would be dedicated towards the initiatives outlined in the community benefits package for the West End plan. So people are really curious about that process, and I'm wondering, City Manager, if there could be a memo or if some sort of information supplied back to council that we can share with the public who call us around the process of how that money gets allocated and some sense of the timing. There's particular concern around the planning of the revitalization of the West End Community Center and Library in particular, and members of the Community Center Board who are particularly interested in this. So just again, some sense of timing. Can something happen within the current capital plan on this? I know that CACs don't get delivered instantly, so the timing issue is one that is on people's minds. But if they can just get a greater sense of security that things are moving forward, that's what they're looking for.
Certainly, we can definitely provide an update on it. Yeah, that particular CAC, as you know, council will not contribute to this capital plan. It would come to the next one. But yeah, providing an update on where we're at with the West End Public Benefits Plan, certainly we can. Staff are working on that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I have two quick acknowledgements I want to make. I perhaps should have done this in new business, but with your indulgence, I can hopefully do it now. That's okay.
Does it matter? Sure. Yeah.
Okay. The first one is just really to extend sincere appreciation and gratitude to BC Housing and Success for stepping up so quickly to support the residents at Gray Seniors Home who were facing a great degree of uncertainty around the stability of their housing with the sale of that property. And I think Success and BC Housing rallied together very quickly in response to a lot of advocacy from different community groups who I also acknowledge and appreciate for their efforts. But to ensure that that peace of mind could be provided to those seniors. And I'm glad to hear that I think that they will have a better quality of life. Success has a track record in longevity in the homes and the care that it operates. And I understand that they will be providing both upgrades in terms of the living quarters and conditions, but also in terms of the meals that are culturally sensitive foods, but that are freshly prepared and are going to have a much higher level of nutrition and quality of food and care than they are receiving today. So it's a good news story and a good outcome. And I know that council received a lot of communication on that. So I just wanted to extend appreciation. And the second one, which is also a significant thank you to the province, is for the announcement made today in partnership with the Jewish Foundation, Jewish Community Center, and other partners, including the Jewish Federation, for $25 million towards the renewal of the JCC site, and specifically the Jewish Community Center, which serves as such a hub for the community. And it's warm, it's welcoming, it brings everybody together. And that is a huge, great piece of news today and a great boost in their efforts for renewal on that site, which will include the community center and then additional affordable housing in the form of rental housing in the second phase. So it's nice to have some good news in the city, and just wanted to thank the partners for investing in our city.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I don't see anybody else on the list, so we can, Councillor Harwick, do you want to do the honors?
Motion to adjourn?
Okay, thanks.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. All in favor, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, thank you very much. We are adjourned. Thanks, Council. That was good job today. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks,
Thanks,
Council.
Councillor.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
staff.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.